But let's get down to business. All right, gotta do a little work here to get everything rolling. Turn off the music. Sorry, Spotify. And ka-chow. All right. Oh God, did I just take a chat? I lost crazy. Anyway, and that happened. So, welcome back, Aurora Concordant. For the sake of our wonderful new player, I will be doing a slightly extended recap, just so we know where we're at. Your Aurora Concordant, adventuring band, do-gooders, mercenaries, goody two-shoes. All of these people have been working very hard for the last couple of months to establish themselves in the wonderful world of Exandria on the continent of Tal'Dorei. They have traveled all the way from the east coast to the west coast. There's very technical names for the places, which I should give for the sake of coolness. I've traveled all the way from the eastern Lucidian coast in the sort of smelly, kind of crappy dock city of Stilben, up to the important central trade city of the West Run in the Dividing Plains. Fought evil, made coin, earned glory, and then traveled onward east to the capital city of Amon on the western Blade Shimmer shores, and now have begun to establish themselves there too, so much so that they've earned themselves a place amongst the governing body of this region known as the Tal'Dorei Council. Within the Republic, they now serve as adventurers, warriors, mercenaries, diplomats, whatever really the council needs, at the behest of the Master of Arcana on the Tal'Dorei Council, Aurora Concordant, Archmage of the Arcana Panasonic. Super cool lady. The party their first mission, super light, go meet with this researcher who's learned about a cool old ancient city, probably not a big deal. Go with him, figure out if, do your thing. Delve deep into the crystal fen caverns beneath the city. Down they went, where things became strange, illusions and manifestations began to hamper them. They had to do dealings with witches, destroying underdark creatures, and finally coming to defeat an aboleth city, encountering it and destroying its defenses, and defeating their master, Durin of the Emerald Eyes. While maintaining their sanity, they managed to save the city of Amon from being collapsed into the sea by these evil abominations, these aboleth of another world. And thus, their sponsor, their patroness, Allura Visorum, was like, well, holy shit, okay, sure, save the city, great, first job. And now the party is simply trying to figure out what their reward should be, and they seem to have decided on a vacation to the wonderful northern city of Lyrengorn, for the winter solstice draws near, and thus the ceremony of Moonweaver's Ribbons, way up in the north, a great ritualistic ceremony event, a expression of artistic talents that can be found nowhere else in the world of Exandria. The party has just dubbed this place to be where they want to go on vacation. So that's where we start off the game, a little vacation time. So you all awaken today, stretching your arms and preparing for the day. It is the 24th of the month of Crusar. And today is the day that you are meant to board a skyship up at the Cloudwatch Palace and travel north. Yes, indeed, it has been booked for you today. It will be this afternoon, so if there's any small last-minute things you need to do in a bomb before leaving, this can be done in the morning. It is worth noting, as you are all downstairs eating your grub and whatever, maybe a slightly exasperated Finch walks in. Finch, this last 24 hours, you have been at the Temple of Bahamut undergoing various ceremonies and meditative prayer and such to Bahamut the Platinum Dragon in preparation for your acknowledgement. And luckily your party has arranged an escape from such important ceremony. So, what would all of you like to do?
Well, I think before Glint went to bed, they would have made that extra skeleton.
All right. You find yourself your bones, cast your spell, and there is now 4 kobold skellies and 1 human skelly.
Yeah, human approximate. It's mostly made of
Human
like
approximate.
cow and goat.
Yeah.
So there's a couple spells that I'd be casting the night before just to try and get everything done as soon as possible. Um, Basically, a couple casts of Fabricate, Arcane Recovery, and then going through the gamut of the temp HP from the Protective Verses onto the skeletons.
Oh, very cool.
Which I'm happy to do in the background here as not to occupy too much time, although I only have one accessible skeleton at the moment.
Oh, in roll 20?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, okay. I think I know what the problem is. I'll start working on that for you. But anyway, is there, while I'm working on that, is there anything else you'd like to do?
That's gonna keep Glint pretty busy that night. Morning of getting breakfast, making sure the skeletons are, all in working order, fresh reinforcement of their orders, packed up for the trip. Beyond that, Glint's pretty good to go.
All right, glad to hear it. Anybody else have any last minute things they need to do around Amon before heading out on vacation? Yvaine?
After Cressida leaves, before I fall asleep on the roof, I would like to take out the skull and ask it a single question.
All right. It glows to life, drawing forth your own vitality. What do you ask?
Varys, you lamented if only your king had taken your advice. What? How did you counsel your king?
Just to be clear about what was said, didn't say king, said kin, K-I-N.
I'm sorry, my apologies, but
no problem.
I will adjust then. How did you advise your kin?
I told my mother to use the power under her feet. She bellows a well of danger, a well of power. To use it would be to save us, but they would not. They called me evil. They called me corrupt. And yet, they died in their morality. The skull disanimates now.
Put the skull up in its nice little pouch. And with that, I will go to sleep. Look into the moon. By the way, what phase is the moon in right now?
The moon is getting pretty close to full.
Oh, sweet. Oh, good. There'll be plenty of light after that creepy shit.
Yeah, you turn on all the lights in the room after conversing with your creepy skull and just go to bed with your night lights on. No problem. Sweet. Anybody else have any last minute things they need to do around Amon before heading up to the palace? No. Oh,
in the morning, if I could easily find Camellia, I would look to find her.
Let's see if she's around. She is not. She is out, as is most of the other Sparks of Amon. They seem to be off doing stuff.
That's fine then.
All right.
I have one small thing, and it's super quick.
Yep.
I just want to hand Mom a packet of gold and say, when we get back, we have this ceremony thing going on. This is for haircut, makeup, jewelry, whatever it is that you think that you need. There'll be a dress being delivered. It will be here before the ceremony.
Oh, I see. I don't know. I heard there was something going around the streets that your friend Finch is being acknowledged by their god.
Yes.
Wow.
There'll be a little bit of a to-do, and because you are so kind at putting us up, and you're my mom, I think that sounds like a wonderful, +1 type event. So.
Oh, you're going to get me.
Oh,
you're going to get me
absolutely.
close to all of the clerics and the paladins
Absolutely.
and such. Yes. Will Ember, will Mr. Gabriel Andegard be there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's Finch's father. So.
Oh, of course. I just thought I'd ask.
Absolutely. And I think you'll be happy with the dress that shows up.
You're too kind, Ember. You're too kind.
It's the least I can do.
Okay. Well, you have a wonderful vacation.
Thank you. We will. Don't work too hard.
Well, I probably will, but thank you anyway. Well, have fun. Be safe. Make sure to eat well. All 3 meals.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
She gives you a hug, and a little kiss on the cheek, and hands you a little pre-made lunch or something. Some snacks for the trip. Just some snacks for the trip.
Thank you, Mom.
And thanks, Mom. Incredible. She goes, did you pack? I hear it's very cold in the north. Did you pack warm clothes?
I have a couple of sets of clothes.
Okay, good. All right, well, have a nice time. And with that, you'll go. Some of the locals will be like, bye, Ember, you have a good time up there with those elves. And they'll, if they would have heard about your travel plans. And with that, the Aurora Concordant can come together in the rousing spark and prepare to head up to upstairs to the Cloudwatch Palace and find their way to whatever skyship they've been assigned for the vacation.
Who and who?
Incredible. You all get on your horses. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you're having Beverly come as well. She's still your squire after all, so. But you do. Okay, yeah, sweet. She's coming along. Incredible. With that, you begin to make your way north. Incredible. Happy comes hopping down the stairs with like a beanie and some mittens. He looks very happy. Looks very excited to be going on a little trip. Emma's like, "Oh, I'm gonna miss you, Happy. I'm gonna miss you." And Happy goes, "Okay, fine. Here you go." And gives her like gives Happy a muffin, and Happy just gorges it in one bite somehow. He's a very strange rabbit, you know. And just waves you all by as you head out. Glint, you have Philoctetes. What's your owl's name?
Philoctetes, I believe, or Philistides.
Oh, I don't. You have an owl on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Philoctetes. All right,
Phil. We call them Phil.
The owl can be Philly. Yeah. Our little Philadelphia.
All right, everybody loads up. You go riding up north. Sweet. As you go leaving, Sinestro, your blast blowing teacher, Zarvolg comes running. Goes, "You're lazy. You've been shocking all the days." And you just kind of go riding up the street without him. He gets left behind.
Your time's getting long, old man.
Incredible. And he goes, "Oh, you're circular, you're a bad student." As you go riding up the road, he like throws like a glass mug he blew this morning at you, and it like crashes. It doesn't hit you at all, of course. It's way too weak, and it hits the the cobblestone. But anyway, you go riding up and just sort of like, you'll be back, but leaving mom behind for a little while. This place that is slowly perhaps becoming like a home to you, maybe. And you head up north. You head up to the Cloudwatch Palace. You are going to find yourselves up there, and it's going to be pretty easy to figure out where you are going, because the airship, excuse me, the skyship, as they call it, skyship dock, is fairly easy to see, and more importantly, there's only one ship docked. You go riding up, and you are going to come across this very strange ship that is sort of with like big struts, sort of like locked in, like held as such, much like a ship that is recently been built, and it's not as big as a galleon. It's not terrific in size, which is weird to see, frankly, because the only skyships you've ever seen coming in and out of Amon are these big, like, galleon-like ships with massive magic crystals strapped to the side of it. This one's a little more compact, a little smaller. It's like a little bit of like the sports car version. And you come walking up, you're going to see a number of individuals. Turning around, you're going to see this old gray-haired half-elven woman. She is, like I said, she has gray hair in sort of like a short afro, but she has dark skin. Looks very rough around the edges, like she spent a lot of her life on the sea, probably. Dressed very sailory even too, except there's like more leathers to keep her warm. She turns around and she goes, "So, are you all the ones who is going to be coming along then? I have here an Aurora Concordant is supposed to be coming on this ship's maiden voyage. Is that all to be you then, up to Lyrengorn?"
Yes,
Oh,
that would be us.
yes.
Oh, excellent. All right. Well, pleasure to meet you. I'm Captain Oral Nathalie. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Yvaine.
Good to meet you. Good to meet you.
Glint Grimhelm, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you too. Pleasure to meet all of you. I'm sure we'll get well acquainted on the voyage. No need to be get too into things. We've got a really small crew today. Like I said, it's the ship's maiden voyage, which is, I think, why they're justifying your little pit stop. Got some news for you, though. We're not going to be doing any kind of fresh landing. I've been told to give you these, and she's going to produce 2 spell scrolls. If anyone looks them over, one of which is a spell scroll of Featherfall. And I believe... Oh, what's the other one? Hang on a second. Sorry. I thought I had figured it out, and then I realized what I was saying was stupid. And the other is a scroll of Windwalk.
Oh.
Yeah, we're not going to be doing any landing. There's not a lot of water around Lyrengorn, so it's going to be a bit of a jump and jump back on sort of situation. So, well, good luck with that. Anyway, I heard you're all castery types. So, just head on board. Again, like I said, small crew. There's only myself. You get acquainted with the first mate in there somewhere. And, yeah, we'll get underway soon enough.
Wonderful.
How long is this gonna take?
Little under 3 days.
Who's
Just
cooking?
warm.
Ember.
We don't cook. Oh. Yeah, well, you looks over at you, Ember. Does you want to cook?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to make anyone unhappy below deck, so by all means. Just gestures for you to all hop aboard the ship. And as you do, you are going to look around, and you will see that it is a very it is a fairly small crew. You are going to be approached by another individual. You're going to see a Goliath. Yeah, he's a Goliath. And he looks down at you guys. The furrowed brow again. He looks very sailory too. All those black markings sort of across his face, but he is built. This guy's pretty built. He's got a carpenter's toolkit on his side. He goes, "Good to meet you. I'm first mate Thomel. If there's any repairs needed on the ship or you need anything, you come to me first. Let the captain do their steering and such. Is that all right with you?"
Yeah, of course.
Seems very reasonable.
Good, yeah. Well, get yourselves all set up. There's a number of spots below deck where you can set up your hammocks and such. And yeah, we'll get underway soon enough. There's a cook and 2 deckhands around here. Oh, there's also the master builder of this ship around here somewhere. He's coming on the voyage. A little gnomish fellow. You should see him running about. Yeah, by all means, sit back, enjoy the ride, and we'll get there just as soon as we can. We'll be taking off in half an hour.
Above the table, can I ask a question about how the ship is laid out? Like, is there a crow's nest like there would be on like a normal ship?
I'll show you. And in fact, as you board the ship, you'll see strewn across the side of it, silver sun. You board the ship, and it looks like this. You would see that it indeed is a little bit smaller, but it has 2 large sort of struts out to the side, bearing large arcane crystals, and 1 station at the back where the helm is. It's a little small, it's a little compact, but it does the job. And you expect that's probably why they're able to justify a single trip out to Lyrengorn for this maiden voyage, as they said. Cut some costs. The coin mistress is very good at her craft. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. And if you go below deck, it's very simple. There's like 2 stations. There is the galley, and then there is the crew quarters. And there's a number of hammocks that are just hung up from the walls all around the place. And yeah, you can pick a hammock and toss your bag inside and try and sleep. There definitely isn't as many hammocks as there are crew members. There's a lot of you. You guys alone are more than the actual crew of this ship. So some of you will be sleeping on the ground, unfortunately.
We have bedrolls, it's fine.
Yeah, bedrolls. Absolutely was the words I'm trying to make happen. Incredible.
I've been sleeping on a stone slab for a while, so I'll sleep on the floor.
Excellent.
I'll sleep in a bed and give my ring to Yvaine.
Fair enough. Oh, cool. New stone giant minion. All right. Ew. Yeah, I'm just going to start tossing minis down. It's going to help me remember who the crew is. Yeah, you guys all hop aboard this ship that's all in there, and in a very, how do I put this? In a very Treasure Planet-esque takeoff way. You guys find yourselves maybe hanging off the side of the ship, watching as they say, "Release the clasps! Time for the maiden voyage to begin! Raise the silver sun sails! It's time to go!" And you will see the ship begin to, all these magical crystals begin to thrum with magic power as gravity ceases around the ship, and it begins to lift buoyantly up into the air, easy enough. The great sails are flurled outward, and a great deal of speed begins to pick up as you begin to move up higher and away from Amon. I hope you don't have sky sickness, because it is very, very far from the ground right now. You all take off as high from the ground as any of you have ever been in your lives. Your lives are in the hands of this Captain Oral, not the old lady. Hopefully things will work out for her and all of you. As you're sailing across the sky, Is there anything you need or would like to do? Yeah.
Housekeeping thing, I'd like to take my herbalist's kit and the mortar and pestle from it specifically and take we had 5 chunks of azurite and I have one of them. I'd like to take one of those chunks and start to grind it into a powder.
Okay. Do you do this quietly or like hidden away, or do you do this out in the open?
I'm going to obviously look for a place where there isn't anyone.
Fair enough.
If I can,
Yeah, you go below deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go below deck where there isn't a lot of people, and you will begin to do a little work. Make me a stealth check.
Yvaine's nice. That's the 12-sided. That's not. There it is. 15.
15. Yeah, you're very subtle about it. People don't really notice. You kind of hide it as anyone comes too close, any of the deckhands, and you get away with it, no problem. You are able to grind it to dust. Absolutely.
Put it in one of my pieces of paper, fold it, and put it back in my bag.
Alrighty, you do so. Okay, anybody else, or do you guys just sit back and enjoy the voyage?
I think Glint's mostly just gonna get up onto the deck and take a look at the landscape. Nothing super intense outside of maybe some spell scribing.
Okay, fantastic. You look down at the landscape and begin to head north. You see the Cliff Keep Mountains, the ones that actually harbor Craghammer, easily visible up in the north as the ship begins to travel up in that direction, away from the Maw, towards where home once was.
Ember will be spending some time also looking at the terrain, but
sure,
hanging in the air right next to him is the minor illusion version of our physical map.
Okay.
And I'm making changes to the illusionary map based on what we're able to actually observe. So
make me a little cartographer's check.
That I can do.
Let's call it a wisdom plus proficiency, because you're a proficient place.
Of course, I don't have anything, so we'll just drop a die. 12 and 2 is 14, and proficiency is 3 for 17 total.
17 total? Yeah, you begin to mark like the general landscape and start to take note of it on your map. Yeah, maybe later you can do a little actual physical work so that you remember it once the month passes. But you look around the larger landscape and begin to try and, to the best of your ability, measure distance from here and there. It's a little tricky, but not impossible, and you begin to make the work happen. Absolutely. Incredible. Anybody else? Yes, you may.
A small thing, also discreetly, but if I can find a place around the sides and out, like not underground, I'm going to use Druidcraft, because Druidcraft can start a fire, yeah? I'd like to use Druidcraft to burn my star map. I'm not even going to open it and look at it. I'm simply going to create it where it's not much of a fire hazard and burn it.
Your star map you've been making?
The one the far realm asshat came back and like tagged with deep speech graffiti. Yes, I'm getting rid of it. I'll make another one. That was one of the things that happened, is that the last time I opened it, it was covered in deep speech.
Yeah, you open it up now, but there's no deep speech on it.
Really?
I believe you saw those while you were in underground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not there anymore. You like light the finger and you like open it and it like kind of unfurls, just kind of like lazily unfurls because you weren't holding it right. And you notice that there is no deep speech on it.
Huh. All right. I'll keep working on it instead of starting from scratch.
All right. Yeah, you was going crazy. Okay. Throughout the course of your journey, I'll say Glint, as you're looking over the sides and taking it in, or actually Glint and Ember, you were both doing it. As you guys were looking over the sides, you were both approaching. You hear behind you, extraordinary, isn't it? And you'll turn around. You're going to see this old gnome fellow with a long beard, and I like the mini, so we're going to stick with it. Parts of it anyway. He has carpenter tool set. He's got a calligrapher's tool. He's got a number of like tools sort of strapped to his belt, measurement tools and such. He has a long beard, so long as such that he actually ties it around his waist to make a belt. Kind of a wrinkly old face, but this guy's clearly like some kind of architect, builder, shipwright individual by their person.
It truly is the intricacies of the magic used to keep a vessel this size aloft never cease to amaze.
I quite agree. I'm trying to make something a little bit more compact than the usual massive galleons you see coming in and out of Amman, but it has its things that need working on. Already I can see a number of adjustments that need to be made. Anyway, where are my manners? I am Master Builder Alvar Starkville. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintances.
Glint Grimhelm, Arcanist, did you design this ship?
I did, in fact. I did.
Well, it's a testament to your abilities, then.
Oh, you're kind, but it's still rather a piece of shit, I have to say. It has some work to be done upon it. I mean, just look how it sort of bows in the wind. I think I need to get rid of those horizontal sails to the right and left. Those need to go immediately. As soon as I get back to Amman, I will be having them stripped from the ship. But then how do you counterbalance the vertical thrust? Perhaps a second set of vertical sails.
Don't the horizontal sails help keep it stable?
I thought that they would, but it seems that they're only catching wind coming up from heated wind that is coming up. Whenever we hit pockets of hot air, it begins to tip the ship left and right. It does not have the effect that I was hoping.
Perhaps it's more of a material issue then. If you perhaps use a different cloth or angle the sails at a different point, it could help shed some of that, I imagine.
No. Canvas has been working well for generations to catch wind within it. I expect I'll probably need to make some adjustments, but the horizontal sails will have to go. Anyway, apologies, I am rambling now. Anyway, but it's good to meet you, and yes, you're an Arcanist, are you? You interested in the shipwright trade? Is that why you're along?
Well, I enjoy learning a little bit of everything at this point in my career. I can't say that I've picked up proper shipwright and this level of construction, but I do know my way around carpentry and a number of other trades.
Well, good to hear. Jack of all trades.
But sadly, a master of none.
Oh, nonsense. If I'm not mistaken, that phrase has, it goes longer than just that.
Oh?
Oh, that's a movie. Hang on. The full quote, well, goes, Jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one.
Interesting. Do you consider yourself more of a multidisciplinarian then?
Well, one has to be when working with skyships. It's not like simply putting a piece of wood in the water. You have things to consider, like buoyancy and wind power, levitation, but essentially the power levels of Broomstone are all important.
It is very impressive. Is it all confidential, or would you be willing to share a little bit about how the stones function?
Means, young man, by all means. I'm telling you, it's an exploding industry. You're going to be seeing dozens of sky ships in a couple of years. More so than today. As of today, there's only about 10 or 20 sky ships actually active in Exandria. But mark my words, we're going to double that in 10 years.
Interesting.
But yes, here, let me show you about. And he'll sort of begin to move around. He'll say, well, as you could probably expect, it works similarly to water ships, using canvas to catch air to give forward and reverse thrust when possible, using hot air currents for acceleration purposes. But at the end of the day, it's all about getting in the air, which is why we rely on, and he'll point off the side of the ship to the large purplish blue crystals that are glowing. It says Broomstone. My research before I became a shipwright tells me that Broomstone, and this isn't confirmed by any means, but I have some reason to believe that back in the Age of Arcana, they used a broomstone to make cities fly. Could you imagine that? An entire city flying through the air.
It would be something.
Indeed.
Do you
so
have
we use
to,
broomstone. Oh, yes, go right ahead.
Do you have to shape it in order to direct the direction of levitation? Or do you simply mount it in place and then just try and make sure that it's equivalent weights on both ends, like balancing out ballast? How does that function?
Oh, make no mistake, it's an involved process. You have to inscribe runes and glyphs to connect to the actual steering mechanism to help the captain control buoyancy at the end of the day. But it requires very specific enchantments. It isn't, you don't simply take it out of the earth raw and then stick it onto a ship and it flies through the air. If you were to do that, the ship would probably soar off into the Moonweaver's realm or dive down into the sea. It's a very specific craft, you see.
And it is levitation or something graviturgical or...
Graviturgical would be the best way to describe it. It, as I said, primarily controls buoyancy. It doesn't activate any specific spells, such as the levitate spell, no. It is simply an existing magical effect that helps control buoyancy. Depending on the level of enchantment placed on the actual broomstones, it controls about how much power they are, so they must be very specifically attuned to every ship that they take aloft.
Fascinating. So whenever you remove the wings, you'll likely have to refit different broomstones in.
I can work with what I have, since I'll be subtracting weight, but yes, in essence.
Interesting.
It's not so much volume of broomstones, such as specific, and he begins to talk to you about arithmetic. He goes into mathematics at that point, which is where I'm going to stop myself. He begins to talk about how, like, there is an equation where it's like volume versus, like, shape versus actual, like, potency of, like, various chosen glyphs and arcane arithmetic that is actually applied onto the side of the broomstone. And it's a very involved, complicated process. This isn't something one simply picks up. But it's a very involved, but very interesting process. And he would tell you that, the broomstones are, as you can see on the ship, are all placed in different areas because, the left needs to be lit. The right sort of triangulates the buoyancy of the ship. They can't simply have one placed on the ship and it will all work out well. For the sake of balance, they need to place them around the ship. Much like thrusters, if you will.
Yeah, it's like a very specific array that has to be in balance.
Exactly. There needs to be a balance. And he'll shoot the shit with you more and talk to you all about Broomstone, theories about the arcane, the Age of Arcanum and the extensive use of Broomstone, and how it's the key to skyship technology. It's all very exciting, and he goes into talking about shipwright craft and about how, like, it's only half of the equation. You need to be able to build the ship correctly. It needs to be properly formed. It needs to be aerodynamic. You got the right sails to pick up the right amount of air. And he goes on and on and on and on and talks your ear off happily.
Yeah, Glenn would be a very attentive audience, even if he's not going to be able to parse everything first try.
Yeah, and maybe you'll find yourself a little friend in the master builder who, occasionally has to walk away and actually go inspect the ship and take measurements here and there. Maybe you help him out of sort of curiosity, nothing too extreme. And he'll point certain things out to you on the ship and be like, see how the sails are wavering? It's because, again, thermal air currents. They're so surprisingly annoying. We only discovered that thermal air currents actually cause lift about 5 years ago, if you could believe it. And he just continues to go on, talk about the struggles of making a small ship versus a big ship, and yada, yada, yada. He goes on.
Interesting.
Yeah, fantastic. And we'll definitely say it gives you a basis of, like, again, the actual ability to create such a thing is well beyond your talent. This would require quite an extensive education to become a shipwright of this kind. But, you learn the Wikipedia basics of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like getting shown someone's model train room.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, cool. Is there anything else anyone would like to do on their flight to Lyrengorn?
I'll walk up to the Goliath.
Oh, yeah, the Goliath he's like looking at ropes, inspecting ropes, and making sure everything's touch. You get the sense he's a bosun as well as a first mate. He turns to you and he goes, well, who might you be then?
And I'll look up through his chest at him.
Yeah. Well, who are you then?
Yeah, I'm Zarvolg. Hey, I had a question about this thing.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead.
What does this whole thing do? It just goes from place to place?
Yeah, it looks like any ship you might see on the sea. Travels peoples, travels cargoes, whatever you want, but it's super fast.
Sure, but there are warships, right?
Or skyships, I'm sure they exist, but there's only like a handful in existence right now. They're pretty hard to make from what I'm told.
Yeah, something to think about. Have you ever seen a mechanism for dropping anything from these?
Not in my time, but you seem like a creative sort. If you bought your own skyship, I bet you can do whatever you want with it. This one's already been bought by some fellow in Marquette.
How maneuverable are these? Let's say against a wyvern.
Well, they're about as maneuverable as any ship you find on the sea. They're certainly not doing any stunts or flips as such. If a wyvern attacked, I expect without proper defenses, they'd rip the place in half.
Yeah. Can it go high?
Oh, yeah, I can go real high.
All right. And he gives him a pat on his great big arm. Thank you.
Yeah, don't mention it.
Just to check, how long is the air voyage?
Just under 3 days.
Okay. There's a longer term thing Glint will be trying to work on during the trip, but yeah.
If you wanted you guys can all go to your own devices and achieve a number of downtime things. So why don't we do that? Let's get through it quick because I want to get blind more, and I'm sure you all do as well. So, Glint, you've got 3 days of waking hours. Do with what you will. What would you do aboard the ship?
So the big thing is digging out some of the excess of metal and leather and canvas and cloth, and beginning the process of fabricating a suit of plate for Beverly. So I think Glint at some point would hit up Ember for measurements in that regard.
All right.
Given the givens of how Ember seems to remember these things. As
a really quick note, before you left Ember, your outfits would have been delivered to the Rousing Spark that morning, and we will get to that prompt. So you did get them before you. Sorry, go ahead,
Fantastic.
please.
Okay. So Glint's plan is using Fabricate to create the actual core suit of armor to the necessary measurements and specifications, and then pulling out the actual silver and trying to do like hand detailing and like relief work and additional like gilding and design work with that instead of just using more magic for that purpose.
Okay, fair enough. Sure. So here's what we'll say. Because you're proficient with smith's tools, you can absolutely do this. Fucking busted spell, I just realized. But luckily, it's actually not that busted. It's a 4th level spell, so that level, but very, very cool and interesting use of the spell. So yeah,
And
you go
if
down
it-
in the basement. Oh, sure.
If it helps any, I will put myself available not only for Bev's measurements, but for Red's, heat metal once a day.
Awesome.
To
Nice.
to melt any of the silver for
That would
the
be
inlay work and that sort
That'd
of
be a
thing.
huge help because Glint was going to try and use Firebolt otherwise.
Oh dear God, no!
Just breaking out
Shit.
the welding torch.
On a flying wooden vessel? My God.
Just don't miss.
I have
It's
better
like-
control than that.
Yeah. That's like putting fucking Bruce Banner in a submarine.
Oh God.
So and yes, and I gotta say, I gotta work on the tools a little bit because I've been realizing like how ridiculous Smith tools are. That like it's like as long as you have the tools, you're fine. It's like, well, what about a giant heating element at the very least? So yeah, we'll say between Red and Ember's expertise and Glint, your craftsmanship, you guys spend maybe a lot of time below deck crafting this suit of plate armor. And if you want it to be like a very fine using the silver and such, well, it'll take some time. Obviously, the fabricate makes it like that, but the fine work that you're doing by hand, that'll take a little longer. Is there anything else you wanted to do?
If there is time afterwards, there's one other thing we would try to make, but if you think the detailing would take the full 3 days, that's totally fine by me.
How much silver are you applying? How much of detailing are you doing?
So there's some light engraving work, but there is a simple but fairly large motif on the chest, and then 2 individual pieces of detailing on the shoulders. None of it's extremely complicated, none of it's like Baroque designs, but it's still pretty stylized and involved.
Okay, I will say it'll take you like the first day and half of the next day. And let's do a check to see if that reigns true. So make me since this is very fine work, we'll call it dexterity. This is about precision.
Makes sense.
So make me a dexterity plus proficiency check for the detailing.
Got it. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And would I have advantage from Red and Ember's assistance?
Well, Ember, are you proficient with systems?
No.
No. I will say Ember's contribution is the reason why you're able to do this, because he's giving you a heat, and that's where
the
skill level ends and yours begins. So this will be a straight.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. All right. It's a 19 on the die, plus a total of 3 for proficiency, 2 for dex, and 1 for the lucky rock. I think I'm still attuned to. So it'll be a 25 total, I believe.
Whatever you make here, Glint, it is really excellent. It is truly a fine piece of plate. It is something that would be reserved for a great platinum knight. It is not magical, but it is a very fine, beautiful set of armor that anyone would relish to have in their set.
That was the hope.
Excellent. Yeah, she'd be like, Finch, you like my armor? And she'd be like, yeah, it's fine, whatever.
I mean,
It's okay.
Ember would see it throughout the process. Okay.
No, please go, please.
So Glint's effectively making a very polished suit of plate armor, but then using the silver in relief is effectively making the cherry tree for the tack symbol across the chest with the branches going outwards towards the shoulders. And then on each shoulder, there's kind of the Bahamut side profile of a dragon on each pauldron.
Ooh. Ooh. Beverly's gonna be the best looking person in this party, really, Sarah. She's like, I'm just oh no, I'm just a squire. It's like, what? Damn, man, who's your knight?
We're gonna have to
the archangel over there.
Now.
Yeah. Who's your knight? Oh, Finch Endegar. Finch Endegar. Honestly, fair enough. I mean, Finch is probably the most famous like platinum knight or knight of Bahamut in Tal'Dorei. Fittingly, Finch's squire is pretty fucking pimped out.
Xander sees the armor and is like, come on!
Yeah, Xander's like, come on, Finch, you're not making this easy on me, dude.
Just walks in, walks right back out.
Dad, I want a suit of armor. Is that cool?
Got a scratch on it.
But yeah, the other Endegards probably have, because you've seen their art. Like Antero has a sweet set of armor. Kingsley's is fairly standard. Yeah, so Antero and Wyatt both have really excellent sets of armor, similar to, and that's the point, similar to what Beverly is wearing. And those two are the champions of fucking Bahamut. Those two are like, these are the champions of the God's Brawls ring on behalf of the fucking platinum dragon. So nice set of armor.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving right along. What would you like to do with the other day
now? The other day and a half involves the not Christmas, the legally distinct Christmas gift for Finch. So I'll keep that relatively. I can send a DM to you for that.
Sure. Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Shoot me a little private message. No problem there. So we'll move on because
yeah.
Just want to keep it going. Keep it going. Anybody else have anything they want to do? So,
I do want to ask. I'll ask the first mate as to not bother the captain, but I suspect that it'll end up going to the master builder. I want to ask about speed of the airship. You know, is it consistent? Is it highly variable? Because as a platform for generating accurate maps, these skyships would be just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and he goes, well, why don't you go talk to the gnome? And he refers you to the shipwright that Glint's been hanging out with, and he'll happily talk to you off about it. He goes, oh yes, they're fairly distinct in their speeds, but thanks to the brimstone technology, mass does not affect speed. They're fairly consistent. However, skyships do not always hit their max possible speed, so as not to wear the ship too intensely. For if we were to do, a full 3-day voyage and at top speed, it's going to wear on the ship a lot faster and cost a little bit more money. But they are fairly consistent. And he'll give you the rundown, because I believe I told it was 10 miles an hour is their top speed, and they would tell you today that I don't know, like mechanically I'm using the 10 miles, but they'll say that they're using the 10 miles for this purpose to really put the ship through its paces and see how it holds up. So he goes, yes, we're hitting top speed here of 10 miles an hour. All skyships use the same speed levels. So yes, you should be really content with that information.
That's fantastic. Because when it'll go on about, if you know what the fixed rate of movement is, if it's not highly variable, then you can make very accurate maps as far as relative distances are concerned.
Absolutely. They would say that that it's not perfect. Like not perfect speed, because they'll hit heavy winds and such. And throughout the course of your journey, there will be small portions where there'll be turbulence, and you guys will be like rattling around like crazy, going, "Ah, we're gonna die!" But you don't, which is incredibly good news. But he says, like, yeah, it's not perfectly consistent. There's turbulence, reverse wind, we got extra winds, get a little extra catch in our sails. It's very similar to being on a ship on the water, except it's not like this isn't the speed because of the waves. It's more like that's kind of how speed works with them. It's consistent until they hit heavy winds.
Okay.
Yeah. But he does muse about that with you, about photography, and he's like, that is true, though. If you get a ship more consistently, and he'll just talk you up about that use. Absolutely.
Yep. And the only other person that I plan to engage with is the cook. I'm not going to try to supersede his or her job. But if they would like some help, and I have the ability to on the spot, create some ingredients for them.
Yeah, you go down and you find this like red-bearded, crazy-eyed dwarf who goes, "Oh yeah, I'm cooked today. You want to help out here?" And he goes over there and start cutting up. And you're like, okay. And he's not very easy to understand, but he'll happily accept your help and expertise. And you can, cook away with him. Who else? Who else has got stuff? Yes, Yvaine.
All right. So I might flip my schedule to a certain extent so I can be up in the evenings, in the nighttime when the sky is clear and the moon is out. I want to work on
flying above the clouds, so
I want to look at my star map. And specifically with the memory of Bahamut, actual Bahamut in my mind. Like in my head, he's been protecting us this whole time, and I want to find him in the stars, as I've already got a dragon.
Yeah.
My star chart, so.
Well, why don't you hop onto the Roll20 there? And feel free to make some more dots and make more stars and connections, and continue to expand your star map, your little light project.
Real, isn't this all right? Because I'm not
you can delete things and add things. It's your star map. It's your little art project. Whatever you want to do. As long as you do have those 3 constellations that are essential to your craft.
Yeah. So it had. All right, those are the wings. I don't know how to give it claws.
Well, that'll be your best friend is that little painted tool in the corner. I'm a big fan of the.
Hey, is there a way to drag the whole thing down?
Yeah, if you use the select pointer and you do like a click and drag and you select the whole thing.
All right, select pointer and then wait, nope, that didn't work. Shit.
It's the normal select pointer, click and drag over top of it, and it should select it and you can drag it.
All right. I'm going to try to leave it where it is right now, because it's honestly trying to do this in game stresses me out enormously. Like, actually, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, no worries. And then you can use the pen and line to do it. But I'm going to go to, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go to other folks, and you can just work on that while other people are chatting.
Actually, I'm not going to work on it. Just go to someone else.
And that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Who else has anything they want to do? Nothing. All right. That is totally fine. You guys, Finch and Zarvolg, are on vacation, man. You enjoy your time there. You look off and see the stars at night above the clouds, see the clouds rolling by down below, and Tal'Dorei just moving on along down below, and just generally enjoying your time, eating whatever good food Ember produces with this dwarf, and it's a fun little voyage. It's a unique experience, and as you travel north, things get very cold very fast. So you all find yourself bundling up, as I hope you all picked up cold on here. And I'm just going to do some quick rolls for the day. Okay, so as you're traveling along, you're going to see the wonder and vast skies of Exandria as you travel along. And there's there's going to be some fun little events along the way. This is a skyship, and nothing too big's going to happen. That's crazy. I'll say Zarvolg, as you're looking off the side of the ship down below, you see just like a little pinprick on the bottom that's moving rather quick, and you just look down your eyes at the eagle, and you see this orc on the back of a wyvern who has a body slung across the back of his saddle and is just flying through the mountains. Just like weaving along, flying very feline so.
Oh, well, that's very cool. Like a body of a humanoid?
Some humanoid, yeah.
Well, that's something to consider.
Incredible. And then on the second day, that is nuts. What the fuck? I'm not doing that. Oh, this is cool. As you guys are flying along, Finch, and you're looking off the side, having a good time. You're not even wearing your armor, man. Why? There's no point. You're on a little ship. Nothing's gonna get you. You're just like hanging out. You're having like your morning like hot drink, whatever that is, coffee possibly. You look at the side and you kind of squint your eyes, and you see wrote in clouds, off in the distance, like way down below as you're above the clouds. There's some words wrote in the clouds. It says, "Barrier gone. The way has been opened."
Druids.
It's slightly disconcerting. But with that, that's the only things you see along your way. And as you fly along the skies, you guys are going to be moving in pretty quick to your final destination. You travel along, and I'm going to express that in roll 20. You're traveling along, and coming over the mountains, the ship begins to lose elevation, eventually, of course. You are going to see off in the distance, amongst the cold tundra, this great peaked mountain. But it's not just one peak, it has two. Because the entire mountain has a great circular, I guess, hole right in the middle of the mountain. If anyone would like, please roll a religion check.
Oh, sure. I think I have a bonus on that. Glint went to church camp once.
Fast learning.
It's a 5 on the die, so that's only a 14.
14 plus 17 from Ember. Very nice. So you two will know. Back during the wow, my brain is keeping up with the lore today. Have a moment. Just gotta go find my words really quick. During the Calamity, the Great War after the Age of Arcanum, when the gods did battle, when the prime deities did great battle with the traitor gods and sundered the world in part in this great battle, much of the world was changed and shaped by the awesome powers that they possessed. And there are a couple of instances in the world where mountains have basically been cut in half, great holes carved out of them by massive blasts of energy the gods shot forth. Vasselheim, up in the north, is one such example, a city set into the middle of a mountain that has been blown in half back during the war. Similarly so, you come upon the elven peaks of Lyrengorn, where you see the great firelights down below the city of Lyrengorn set into the crater that was made when the gods waged war up here in the north. And I'm going to show you guys on Roll20 a picture of Lyrengorn.
Sure.
This is a little ahead of its time, because don't worry about the sky. The sky doesn't look like that. It's not that cool yet. It will, but not yet. But yes, you see these great elven peaks, just basically mountains that are sheathed in ice, but between them a great burning city. Not burning, like in a bad way, but like
a light with light and
light.
life.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. A light with like happiness and shit. Lit below. And as the ship comes flying up towards it, going low towards the peaks, you will see, to your delight perhaps, a number of draconic creatures flying around in great number, with saddled and with a number of riders on their back wearing very surprisingly light and aerodynamic clothing. Flying around in formation around the peaks of the mountain, these tamed wyverns, as you have been told by Yvaine a number of times, the great wyvern riders, or should I say, sky dancers of Lyrengorn, are plying their craft around the mountain. And with that, the captain says, "All right, you lot, this is your drop off. You got that scroll handy still?"
I do. I didn't write it into my book. I promise.
Oh, I didn't care so long as you're getting off one way or another, and this is the way, so happy jumping. Stay close.
Children, I need you to get into the bag, and Gun's gonna start ushering the kobolds into the bag of holding.
And they jump into your, sort of fiddle themselves into the bag. But yes, all of your necro babies jump right in.
They all have names now.
All right. You all take the plunge?
I believe so.
Oh yeah,
right.
first fun thing I've done in a while. I'm going to dive and
We can do the Batman.
do we have any control over this?
What do you mean? Oh, of the slow fall?
Yeah, I'd like to go fast for a while until I need to go slow.
Well, you have the cloak of the bat, right? So as long as you hold the edges, you can just fly, right?
Yeah, you can do your own thing, Zarvolg. So yeah,
it has to be dark though.
Oh, okay.
Well, lucky for you, it is twilight. It is the end of the day. You look and you see the sun is just cusping over the edge, and you're like, close enough, and you jump off the ship, and everyone's like, no. And Zarvolg just takes the plunge. The rest of you,
Christian Bale in Hong Kong.
Yeah, exactly. You just go for a great plunge, and then your cloak with the bat, basically Batman cape, opens up, and you
I also
begin to take flight.
I like that if anyone is using dark vision as well, he just also Batman vanishes.
Yeah. So for these elves who look up into the sky, his wings unfold, he just vanishes in the black sky. You do
against the moon.
Against the moon, yeah. You will see some of these wyvern riders are they do begin to reroute, because you don't know if they were informed that you guys are gonna just fucking jump off the fucking skyship on the way over. Does the rest of the party? Everybody's like, bitch, I don't know if I can do this. It's really far down.
You'll be all right.
And I'll grab her hand and we'll go.
So you're like, don't worry, it's fine. You grab her hand, just jump. She's like, ah! You pull her off the deck. She's like, ah! She falls off the ship. Happy does like one of those, and then there's a swan dive off the side, and sort of just very elegantly at first, and then starts just completely just spitting out her being a rabbit. Everyone else takes the plunge.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The wind velocity against the rabbit is a really funny mental image.
Yeah, just
the ears,
just this absolute
cheeks billowing.
Yeah, and then eventually Happy grabs the top of his bunny ears and uses them as Dunbow parachutes, and catches himself for a second and then spins out again, because that's not really what they're meant for. Glint, do you do the honors, or do you let the whole party die because their lives are in your hands?
Glint will
TPK the party except for Zarvolg.
Oh, as tempting as that would be, Glint would unfurl the scroll as he falls like a rock and start going through the motions of casting and cast Featherfall.
You see Glint hits re-entry speeds and starts like burning up her being a dwarf. Comes flying in like a meteor and then hits the Featherfall. Finch, Ember, Yvaine, and Beverly, and Glint himself. Yes, you.
Yvaine's actually wearing her pauldrons of Featherfall, so it was never an issue to begin with.
I thought you unattuned to that.
Okay, I didn't actually say I'm sorry. Maybe what I had said was that I had to. Never mind. I figured I unattuned this skull after my last thing and attuned to those, but I think I didn't inform you of that. I just did it, so I apologize. Yeah, sure. Hit me with the spell.
Okay. Yeah, you. So Glint, you catch the party. Yvaine's like, "Nah, I got this," and then, oh no, sort of like forgets, and but you catch the party, and everyone is just going to hit that. The scroll burns away in your hands, and all of you just sort of gently drift down through the wintry sky.
How high up are we? Like, what's the how long are we descending?
Really fucking far up in the sky. You guys are like several hundred feet up in the air.
So as we're like falling, Glenn's gonna try and beckon Yvaine to sort of do like the skydive thing to drift a little bit closer.
Okay.
Because you only get a really airdrop out of an airship so many times, and it's a special holiday with aerial acrobatics. Assuming she is a willing target, Glint is going to reach out and tap Yvaine on the shoulder and actually cast Fly on Yvaine.
Ooh, all right, very cool. In that moment, Yvaine, your party continues to descend, but you just kind of, in that moment, just sort of hold true in the air as you feel just like Superman, basically.
No, that's cool. I'll sort of fly sort of around them and hang out on the same level since I don't want to go any faster. Then
you just Peter Pan around them. Yeah. You're like doing one, like as they're like free falling, you're doing like one of these, like as you're like flying around them. And, hey guys, like pretty good. And they're just kind of like gently falling down to the ground. Meanwhile, Zarvolg is like, I am the knight, as he's like flying across. And a number of the wyvern riders like do come to try and find you. Difficult though it may be for your back, and they don't. They fly back to where you once were. They're like circling around, clearly trying to find you, but they can't. You're just too damn stealthy, and their dark vision isn't working with you. And you're just flying in, stealthy as can be. Where are you going, Batman?
I'm looking for a some sort of high precipice. I'm looking for a steeple or something, a tower.
Perhaps one of the elven peaks themselves.
Yeah, sure, a gargoyle if there were. But yeah, one of the elven peaks will work.
Yeah, you fly down, flutter down, sit there, and the moon's coming on the background. The wolves howl, and you are vengeance here in Lyrengorn. But unfortunately, it is a very slippery peak that you have just picked. Make a dexterity saving throw. Yeah, you guys are like hundred. Like there's the party, and then Zarvolg's like over here. Ben's like is like trying to like swim through the air to try and find Zarvolg, but can't.
I got an 11.
11. You go. You like, and your feet start to do the like thing, but you like catch yourself, and then you're standing perfectly still, and then your feet just start like you're holding up. And you're like, oh fuck. And then you like manage to like make yourself fall off the side of the peak and begin to fall again through the sky, and then towards like the city below Lyrengorn. You just go, and you're back to being the knight. Yeah, you just flutter in as you do, holding the sides of your cape, and all of you flutter down. So here in the visual image, Zarvolg is going right into the city. The rest of you are kind of going to be hitting the green right out of the city, which is, as you're descending faster, you notice that it is actually like a lush green verdant forest that is devoid of snow, which is very interesting. And as you guys begin to descend, you guys are all at about the same level right now. You notice it's getting warmer, and warmer, and warmer. And as you begin to like, it's not like fire or anything like that. You just feel warmth. And as you descend down into Lyrengorn, you guys will feel like it's a normal warm day, which you haven't felt since summertime or fall even. But here you are in the great elven city of Lyrengorn. Zarvolg's off being vengeance. Meanwhile, everybody else will land at the gates, and you'll see the silver sun lie away. I just need my elven city thing. There it is. So let me just change the atmosphere a touch, because it is getting to nighttime. It's kind of warm around here, so I'm going to do that. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. You all descend the elven city of Lyrengorn. I'm going to give you a little description of what you see as you approach these gates. Bear with me. All right, it's fine. As you descend between these elven peaks, the split mountain perfectly down the center, you are going to find yourself in the hidden paradise that is alive with vibrant flowers, lush foliage. That you see as you land a marvel of magical engineering, always aglow with soft, ethereal red, sort of warm, almost candle-like light or torchlight. From almost sourcelessly. Every building and piece of clothing in Lyrengorn seems to be imbued with spells. As you look around, you see people walking down the street where their clothing is quite warm, and you see women walking down the street in these beautiful sort of backless dresses and their shoulders exposed. And in this cold Lyrengorn climate, you would expect such a thing impossible, but alas, she still walks down the street and it's quite comfortably so. The buildings themselves, none of them float per se, but they're intermingled with the nature around them. Heat and comforts are well, and the harsh, cool environment is still present. You feel the cold Arctic wind blow through every once in a while. That does sort of put a harsh chill up your back. It's like standing in the middle of like a warm autumn day, and then suddenly like the ass crack of winter just like hits you in a cold breeze, and you're like, holy shit. So it's a very jarring transformation. But you see this seamless blend again between natural elements where trees grow right through buildings, seamlessly so, or some trees have been altered into actual buildings. Some hang off the side in impossible ways that must only be supported by magical enchantment. Everything, the mountain itself, is gracefully built. Bridges and winding paths make their way through the streets. It is a marvel of elven architecture and magic woven through. This is Lyrengorn, a city of high elves in the Elven Peaks. And you all stand here at the gates. Other than Zarvolg, you all realize Zarvolg's not around here somewhere. Zarvolg, you're probably perched on some house or high building somewhere, looking down at the city, thinking about all the scum in the gutter, and then realize that it's actually a very, very clean city.
Right. Well, there are pretty elves to look at as well.
Oh, there are many pretty elves around here. What would you all like to do? You're only here at the gates. There's still much to see in this great, splendorful city.
Ooh, so we're getting in at twilight, sun setting. It is very bright out. There's magical clothing all over. The festival is starting to get in swing, but we're not at the actual peak, like the big day yet, correct? Is that right?
Correct. But I will tell you what, as maybe you guys begin to just not fully embrace the city, but begin to step within. Make a perception check, Glenn.
Sure. Perception. I'm just gonna roll this one and roll 20. It's a 13.
A 13. You, my friend, peer off in the distance, and you do see, even here on the outskirts of the city, you see festivities are beginning to be not held, but set up, surely. One of which is a massive circus, or more like carnival, really, that has begun to sort of form just at the city's edge, where the city meets in nature. A beautiful carnival with like purple-topped carriages and butterfly wings and all kinds of madness going on over there. It looks like great fun has already begun to begin, and many great buildings lie ahead. But yeah, anything else?
Honestly, the circus sounds pretty rad. Is it already fully set up, like the festival grounds, or is it still in the process of like they're putting up tents and putting up poles and stuff like that?
It doesn't seem to be like, it's not, how do I put this? It's not reached the peak of its awesomeness yet, but it is it's mostly set up at this point. It doesn't look to be like in full swing or an open or anything, but it does look set up, and there's many festivities being prepared, even more so than the carnival, but it's certainly the most like pointed sign of celebration beginning.
Yeah, I think given the amount of magic, especially on display and everything here, I'm assuming that it's similar in the festivities. Glint would be very drawn to go check that out, and just kind of see who all is performing, what all is going down. If there's a party member over there,
Yeah, very, very. And it is like going to be probably the first thing you see through the gates. So it's like, it's going to be like right there. Much of Lyrengorn to see, but it's certainly like not out of
Vegas
our
experience.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Beverly's like, oh, Finch, can we go see like that place over there? Because there's like, it looks festive and there's music and a party member.
Sure, kid. Why not?
All right, sweet. So if you guys want to start heading in that direction, well, it's not really heading in that direction. You're just kind of going to walk up to it. And like I said, the gates are not open. The festivities look very exciting, and you see like a very small band of elven children, maybe like 4 or 5 of varying ages, but young nonetheless. And a number of entranced elves are sort of like peering around the gate. But you do hear the sound of very jolly carnival-like music coming off to the side, where a great crowd, not a great crowd, but a fairly large crowd, seems to be surrounding the source of this music. As you approach, we're going to see 5 very interesting characters, 4 of which are only about yay big and bearing tiny instruments, and fluttering around on butterfly, dragonfly, or moth wings around the central focus of the performance. Next, would you like to describe what your character looks like?
Sorry.
No problem.
So, they're about like 5'8" or so. They have like a orange and yellow hair. And they're kind of zooted up in some fancy dress for the performance. Got a nice little hat on, maybe a little cape.
Nice. Okay, fantastic. Or is there anything else?
No.
No. Okay, magnificent. You see this elf. Well, give me a performance check as you are playing a song. What instrument are you using?
I'm gonna use the lute.
All right, you've got the lute going. You're making the performance. Make me that performance check. I'll give you advantage because you got some backup performers and dancers. So go ahead and roll twice and take the highest roll.
Effectively the coolest bard instrument.
Yeah. Classic. But still the best. Superior.
Oh no. So the first one is a 22.
22, excellent. You guys find your way to the front of the music where you see, elves are they're very long-lived people. And adult elves, they're beyond great passion. They neither laugh nor cry, They've kind of become accustomed to this long life. But nonetheless, some can't help but crack a smile, tap a foot, bob a head. Elves might just be one of the more difficult audiences for people to to entertain, but yet these elves all seem to be filled with sort of cheer and excitement, and their heads sort of find themselves trying to peek around the gates and such to see what's within. But Nyx, you seem to be entertaining this most difficult crowd. And for all of you who are looking at Nyx, it's very important to note, Nyx is a little more different than the other individuals out and about. Her hair is like a vibrant, like you said, orangish red. Her ears have a longer point than any other elf in the audience, and there's just something extra elfy about her. You don't know how to put it. She has a flare in her eye, and her music seems otherworldly. And at the end of your performance, Nyx, you may take a great bow to dedicate your performance, and all will be quite excited and celebrating, and all the little pixies at your side will say, "Come to the Witchlight Carnival opening on Beverly! Witchlight Carnival, yes, please, come one and all!" And we'll be going around with tiny little pixie hats. And one person will put in like a gold, and we'll go ah! As she like falls out of the sky from the weight. And we'll secure it a little more fastenedly in her coin pouch of holding. And they will come back to you, Nyx, and you will have been the proud earner of 6 gold pieces in various coins. So you may add that to your inventory for your performance. Pixies all come. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying huzzah, coin.
Oh, huzzah! Yes, indeed. So your little friends come in and they go, "Great job, Nyx! You're such a wonderful performer." And another one says, "Oh yes, as always, it was magnificent. We're gonna get such a great audience." He goes, "Oh, we're gonna be the highlights of Beverly, even more than the moon weaver herself." And they all just sort of like play with your hair a little bit and just sort of like laugh and applaud you and tell you that you're the best. All right, fantastic.
Why, thank you, little fairies.
My little fairies. And you know these guys. You've been performing with them for ages here at the carnival. I can give you their names. They're very easy if you want them. Their names are North, East, South, and West. Stage names, of course. But yeah, they're all just happy to see you, and all of you guys will be a part of this crowd and see it. And the pixies will tell you next. They'll be like, "Oh, you better go to the crowd and make sure they come to the Witchlight Carnival. They gotta let them know, and hand out flyers and everything." So as you look at the crowd,
flyers.
Yeah, they start handing out flyers. And yeah, and many of them are elves and start handing out some like elven noble ladies, give them a little bow, elven commoners and such. And then you come to this one group that's watching you that is just not like anyone else, period. The most strangest menagerie of individuals you have seen here in this city. You find these weird people. Shall we go around and find out what they all look like? Who's probably most entertained? Who is the most excited about what you're seeing here? Who's probably standing at the front?
Beverly.
That is fair. You see, ever so slightly shorter than the rest, this, oh god, what race is she?
Human, right?
She's
Human, right?
Yeah, she's human. I just had a lapse for a second. I thought she might have been half elf. But yes, you see this young human woman, late teens, standing in front of the whole crowd with like stars in her eyes. She's like watching with wonder. She has short brown hair, little about halfway down the neck, but she's actually like kind of buff. she's not like a barbarian or anything like that. But she's got a little tone to her. You can tell that she's probably a warrior type, got a sword at her belt and such. And watches with just like childlike glee. And why don't we describe Finch next? Is probably very like a little bit like a helicopter parent, maybe standing nearby.
Probably. So Finch stands at about 6 feet tall. And to like any like outside perspective, they are like pretty androgynous in terms of like their appearance. Like from the top down, they have like what's it called, an undercut like on the side, and like a shorter hair that like is like swept off to the side there. And if you were to look them dead in the eye, their eye color is like an amber, so that might be like slightly off-putting, but that's like a distinguishable feature of theirs. They are like pretty muscularly built and wearing like a chitin armor, so that's like a bug skin armor, which is like a reddish tone. They have this pretty intimidating helmet on, and then they have a shield and a warhammer that they carry at their waist.
You're walking around with the helm of dread on, just
Yes.
walking around like Darth Vader. So yeah, you have this like, oh wow, like stars in her eyes, like squire looking individual, and behind that squire is their knight who looks like the fantasy version of Darth Vader. Who's standing next to Finch?
I'll go with Glint.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Glint was drawn into this place. They're pretty awkward about it because they don't really do big crowds, but they're still very fascinated by all the going-ons. So Glint is on the opposite end of the curve at 4'6". He is a red-haired, fairly pale, perpetually exhausted-looking dwarven man with a light dusting of freckles across his features. Blue eyes, hair is longer, kind of shaggy, but a well-groomed like beard that goes down to about mid-chest. It's kind of hard to tell how old a dwarf is, but he doesn't look particularly old by dwarven standards. He is in like a long coat with some armor plating underneath, and there is a concerning number of books strapped about his person, and he's leaning on a some kind of wizard staff that seems mostly shaped out of bone with a draconic motif to it. Beyond that, he is very wide-eyed, taking in everything, very fascinated by kind of all the variants of magic going on. Other details of note is there is a small tattooed brand on his forehead.
Absolutely. And you know what? We're going to say, oh yeah, so who's next? Who's standing next to Glint? Yvaine is. Yvaine, what do you look like?
Yeah, so Yvaine is a pale lavender looking half elf. She's got the little tiny points to her ears. But her coloring is perhaps unusual. She has big pink eyes, and she's got sort of a cute, chibi sort of appearance. She's about 5'4", 120. She's wearing a breastplate that's made out of that same material as Finch's was, but this one has like little tiny flowers and lichen growing off of it. It's almost looks like it's like a petrified log sort of. And then she's got a sickle at her hip, and what looks to be a really nice looking spear at her back, and a shield made out of the same sort of material. Yeah, and she has a bunny rabbit with her who has a unicorn on his head. Yeah, and so that's Yvaine and Happy.
Amazing. And standing next to Yvaine would be Ember. Ember, why don't you give us your description?
Ember is clearly the clothes horse out of the group, but is only of middling height. Wears no armor in particular. His clothing is styled very much on the sort of the Russian Dr. Zhivago look, but all in kind of reds and oranges. He is very much a full-on power ginger. His eyes are a gas flame blue. And he is non-armored and very well dressed. And he's just kind of looking around, taking in the sights.
Amazing. You will see with them, there is also a rather intimidating looking boarhound, a mastiff with like a scar down the side of its face, wearing like a leather bodysuit, probably armor of some kind, with like large horns sticking out of it, like as part of the armor, the large horns sticking out of the shoulders, and just kind of like looks at you like Brutus a little bit. And maybe appearing in this moment, sort of like Batmaning from behind the rest of everybody. Zarvolg, what do you look like?
Yeah, so Zarvolg is a hobgoblin. I don't know if you've ever seen a hobgoblin before, but they look something like this young gentleman behind me here. He has brick red skin, not hairy, but he does have hair on half of his head. The other side of his head, one half, the left half, has been horribly burned and scarred to the point that his ear on that side is mutilated and the skin is kind of tight and sinewy down the side of his face, the side of his head, and into his neck, disappearing under his cloak. He's wearing armor that's also chitin, much like what some of the other party members are wearing, but he does not ever clean it, so his is probably a little bit grimier. He lets skin show where it can because he thinks that looks cool. He has two lower tusks that protrude a little bit and come out over his upper lip. Oh, on the left-hand side, his upper lip is a little bit scarred and pulled back into sort of a sneer due to the burns. Other than that, he's about 5'10". He's, I guess you would say athletically built, but he's kind of bulkier on top. He's got heavy shoulders and chest and kind of thicker thighs. And let's see. Aside from that, pretty much just very kind of grumbly and angry looking. Oh, the hair that he does have on the right side of his head is long. It's all about shoulder length, same length, obviously not cut or styled in any way. Just kind of hangs and is sort of razor cut at the ends at a length that doesn't get in his way. Oh, and yellow eyes, as hobgoblins are wont to have.
Fair enough. Incredible. You guys, so you, Nyx, come up with like a handful of Witchlight flyers to hand out. You've handed it to some elves, and you find yourself kind of struck by this band of strange individuals. What does anybody do as you are approached by, what does the performer do, or what does the party do as you're approached by said performer?
How long have you been setting up the festivities here for? Everything seems already to be in full swing.
We'll say today.
Just got here today.
Heavens, you've been busy then. I mean, you're doing wonderfully.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Do you work with the... I'm sorry, I don't really know how this works. I don't really... Carnivores weren't really a thing in Graghammer. Do you work with a carnival, a circus, or is it just an in-town event?
We travel around different places, seeing new sights, seeing new faces.
Fair enough. Well, we just arrived ourselves, so I guess we're right on time.
Impeccable timing it is.
We did have an airship that helped us get here, not ours. It was lent. I'm sorry, I'm butchering this. Hello, my name is Glint. These are my companions, who are much better at introductions than I am.
Nice to meet you, lovely people.
Pleasure. Mostly because it's what I do. Please allow me to introduce Finch and Endegard.
I'll stick my hand out and I'll shake theirs.
Their Squire Beverly.
Oh, hi. Amazing performance, if I could say. It's just... What? I've never seen anything like it. It was so interesting.
I'm honored. Thank you.
This rather dour gentleman is Zarvolg the Grim. And his
why hello.
faithful hound, Fen.
So Zarvolg will take Fenn's barding and pull him up close into like the seated position beside him. Bow his head a little bit, raise an eyebrow, and give a little bit of a sneer. Nice to meet you.
This lovely individual is Yvaine Starborn.
Hello, lovely to meet you.
Her cuddly companion is Happy.
Ah, what a cute little thing he is.
Happy leans over and bows. Nyx, you have seen, as strange as it would be to in our normal world, you have seen these many a time. They're known as, oh god, what are they called, Yvaine?
Oh, Mirage.
Yes, you have seen these. These are it's called Mirage, and you see them around all the time. They're from where you're from.
That's right. They're very, very common in the Feywild.
Mm-hmm. He's my friend. You're quite amazing.
Thank you so much.
And lastly, my name is Ember Van Zon. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure is mine.
Would you happen to know, eventually we're going to need a place to stay, newly arrived and all. Is there a place you would recommend?
This is the first time I am here, so unfortunately I'm as new as you are to this area.
Are you staying anywhere?
I think there might be an inn over there, though.
Are you staying in the tents, or do you have a tavern you'd recommend that you're staying at that isn't dramatically overpriced?
I think there's a tavern around the corner. I'd love to get a drink.
I think we can arrange that.
The most polite dwarf you've ever met. Yeah, if you want to show them the way, Nyx, you know the way to the most popular inn in town.
Right this way. I'm gonna go around the corner over there.
Incredible. There are, yeah, you guys go around the corner, and Nyx, you'll go and your directional pixies will say, "Bye, Nyx. Don't worry. We'll tell the bosses about everything. We'll see you later." And they head off. And you know, Nyx, that like you and the rest of the carnival entertainers and such, they've been given leave by the ringleaders to just like kind of hang out. They're allowed to hang out around Lyrengorn and hopefully not get into too much trouble, but it's not against the rules. So yeah, you can just head out, and you guys begin to walk. You guys find yourselves Where is this place located? You're going to find yourselves in Lyrengorn. We've been waiting to come here for so long. Let me put on some new music as we move away from the festivities of the Witchlight Carnival, as it's dubbed. It's also worth noting, folks, that the flyers that Nyx handed out have attached to them. You know those like slightly cut out things where you have to like punch out like the little action, like the little wood action figure you guys and just stand there, you like punch them out. It's like that. The flyer, when you punch it out, it comes with a ticket that looks like this. So each of you have been given a Witchlight Carnival ticket, so you may add that to your inventory. Might be useful later, who knows?
Excellent.
Yeah. You guys make your way through the city, and you are going to be, I gotta find out which district. So we're gonna say that you go through the center of the city first, because that just makes sense. You guys start by finding yourself in a place known as the Luminary District. This central district is very immediately the heart of Lyrengorn and the home of a miraculously large temple that rivals the size of the Temple of Bahamut, or the Lawbearer in Amon, or the Lawbearer's Temple in Westrun, a giant temple called the Temple of the Moon that is dedicated to the Moonweaver, of course, second Moonweaver. Big, beautiful temple, and by far the largest building in the entire city. It is a gorgeous testament to architecture. It is a fine cathedral meant to be the home of the god. You see many things. You also see right next to it a slightly smaller building, but a much more governing-looking building, which is known as the Crescent Conclave Hall. And you find yourself here in Moonweaver Plaza, this large open space where you see many festivities are being put in place. Streamers are being hung up in various prismatic colors. Food stalls are being put into position. All number of things. You also see that it is adorned with statues and magical fountains that glow softly in the moonlight here at night in this late evening, where the water pours and seems to almost have streaks of silver in it, like from the very moon itself. And many statues, maybe one or two of them dedicated to the Moonweaver herself and all of her elven beauty. But you continue onward, not much more, where Nyx directs you all to the Glowstone Inn, which seems to be definitely meant to provide lodging for visitors. You walk inside, and similarly, you see that the walls are carved wood mixed with white marbling. The desks are actually like tree stumps that have grown out of the actual floor, and it's a gorgeous setting. You will be approached by an elf, a beautiful elven woman with long blonde hair, who will say, "Andaramati Shan Travels," which basically means "be welcome in this place," in Elvish, and will say, "Here for the Moonweaver's ribbons, I expect, yes?"
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we could get some rooms prepared for you if you intend to stay for the next couple of days.
Please.
It would be lovely.
Excellent. I will warn that it is a slightly more pricey bed here, as there are many who demand beds around the city. It'll be 1 gold for a bed for the night.
One gold a night?
fantastic. Yes, 1 gold a night.
Excellent.
Certainly.
She'll have the gold, and as she takes the gold from you, it'll disappear into her hands as if it was never there. And then she'll twist her hand around. There'll be a glint of magic. And then there will also be, because there already was a glint of magic, there will also be a flick of the hand, and you'll see a number of rings will appear around her hand, around her fingers, and keys will protrude and sort of transmute and form from the edges of those rings, and she will offer them to you. And they're beautiful keys, gorgeous keys that are elven filigreed and sort of like sylvanly vined off to the sides. And she'll hand them all to you and say you'll find your rooms quite easily, I expect, with these keys in hand. And as you hold the key, you'll feel them, there's almost like a pull of magic, as if holding you in a certain direction towards your room.
Oh, that's so cool.
Let's see.
She says, so shall we get you all some drinks for the night then? Get you started with something to eat, something to drink?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, drinks.
Excellent. They'll be right out. And she'll have you all sit down, and food will be produced. You are going to be served, perhaps to the detriment of some of our more carnivorous members of the party, such as yourself, Zarvolg, will be served a delightful salad. But it's not like just any salad. There's it's got like egg. It's got like hard-boiled egg in it. It's got some very strange varieties of mushroom that, as you bite in, there's almost like a salty pulled pork flavor to them. But it's still everything's very fresh, very healthy. Like the food you eat here is very like I don't know. It's like it's very healthy. Like you taste it, it's like very fresh, very healthy tasting as you bite it. And maybe some of you have that vibe as the dwarves in Rivendell when they're like, "Where's the meat?" and they're like holding up like pieces of lettuce.
Right.
It's a little like that, maybe for Glint and Zarvolg particularly, I imagine. But tasty nonetheless. If you give it a try, you give it a chance.
I thought elves were hunters.
No.
Gatherers too sometimes. A little plant never hurt anyone.
So it will be. Ooh, my apologies. It's going to be 2 gold for the night. I am very sorry. Everybody mark off an extra gold. If you
No
wish to
worries.
stay here this evening. My apologies. And it will be 8 silver for a delicious meal. And if you want, they don't serve ale here. They serve wine. So if you would like some wine, a pitcher of wine will cost you 2 silver. And that will give everybody 1 drink at the table. So you can get a number of pitchers if you want.
I will have.
I'll order
one
the
pitcher
first
of
pitcher
wine.
for the table.
Very nice.
Very kind of you. Thank you.
She says, would you like a red or a white wine?
Let's do a red today.
Very well. And she bows very deeply to you, Nyx. And you might have noticed that, Nyx. Ever since you've shown up here at Lyrengorn, all the elves just seem to treat you with like a great deal of respect, just like on sight. No matter how like flamboyant or eccentric you may be against their normal culture, they seem to like not revere you, but certainly treat you with more respect than they do anybody else. On sight anyway. And very quickly, some wine will be produced. You will be given a delightful wine called Elver Quisette, which is a delightful ruby-colored wine that they claim to be distilled from moonlight and rare mountain fruits. And as you pour it into your wine, it is flecked with silver.
Delicious.
Welcome to Lyrengorn.
Nice.
Zarvolg will, whenever he gets a chance, give Yvaine a little elbow nudge and be like, "It's very dainty here."
All right. You know something? You behaved so well. So well when you were in the clouds. Let's eat dinner. And afterwards, I'll show you why you're here.
All right.
Yes.
Is dainty the right word? It's in the city is in a mountain that's been cut in half.
That's fair.
I suppose they can be a little delicate if they want to be at that point.
It did look like there might be some decent woodlands outside of here.
Oh.
I'll point out there. One of the there will be an elf walking by, and maybe towards more what you were hoping for, Zarvolg. You'll see this elf walking by again in beautiful, eloquent designs. Like everyone here is just like dressed incredibly. Like there's a difference between like when I don't know if anyone here's been. I'm sure many people here have been to Europe. You know when you go to Europe and suddenly everyone's just like dressed far more elegantly, like even casually. So it's like that except more. Everyone's just dressed in like beautiful high fashions around here. not to the extent that Ember and yourself, Zarvolg, purchased at the one establishment last session, but
Right.
getting there. But this one elf walks by, though still very well dressed. He is wearing a green cloak and has a bow strung across his back. He says, Anetherol, did you say that you are looking for hunting, sir?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been a while since I've been hunting. Do you have any nearby?
Of course. Down here in Lyrengorn is where the high elves dwell, but if you wish to go hunting, we wood elves dwell on the mountain peak. There is, and he'll sort of like, he'll kind of like look and he goes, a bit of a, not a secret so much as a secret that we do hold here. You see, the mountain peaks are sheathed in ice, yes, but beneath the ice, we do hold a biome forest there, right, for hunting, which is where we get our meat from. So if you ever wanted to go hunting, simply secure transport to the peaks, and I'm sure you'll be quite delighted with wood elven there instead.
I'm definitely going to take you up on that. Thank you.
What is your name, sir?
I'm Zarvolg. Zarvolg the Grim.
And he'll say once again, Anetherol. My name is Inneris Oakenbrook.
Inneris Oakenbrook. Okay. Got it. Nice to meet you. I was hoping I'd meet somebody who was interested in getting out a little.
Certainly. If you find yourself up there, ask around for me. I spend most of my times on the peak, so hopefully we'll run into each other. Maybe a hunt might be had. I admit it's not often that we see hunters of your particular set.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Indeed, probably for the best. We are not a militant people here. Anyway, and he will bow once more and say, Andran Atishan, and find his way out of the place.
All right. I don't know if you saw the chat, Ryan, and I don't know who else is this is also true for, but Zarvolg does actually speak Elvish.
Ah, very excellent. And you would have simply the difference is, he says, there's Andran Atishan, which is a very formal, like, be safe and welcome in this place, very formal. And then there's Anetherol, which is a very like casual greeting. It's the difference between like, hello, welcome to our home, and what's going on.
Right. Nice. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is looking more promising already.
Personally, I think I could probably spend at least the next few days just taking in all the different magic they're doing here, and probably leave more educated for it.
I know. This place is amazing. This place is even more than Shaku described it. Oh my mother! Like it's already exceeded expectations, which is crazy because we just got here.
As another note, as you guys sit on these chairs, these are like, you know, you'd expect like elven chairs. They're like very finely carved wooden chairs with like the beautiful sort of sylvan backs. As you approach them, you're like, oh, this isn't going to be too comfortable or whatever. And you sit on them. But despite the fact that they're just made of like polished wood, you never find yourself at any point becoming uncomfortable. It feels about as comfortable as any plush chair you might have sat on. Like you feel the solid wood under you, but like it doesn't feel uncomfortable, strangely.
The woodwork has a nice curve to it.
Nothing quite like elven craftsmanship.
I suppose.
Tomorrow might warrant a market day.
I'm sure there's plenty of things we can spend money on here. We are on vacation.
That is true. And she's going to start taking out a dragon chessboard and setting it up. So, like as soon as meal dishes are
Certainly.
cleared.
Absolutely. You may do so. And I've been slow to find it, but if we're having fun with the Elvish words, when he left, he would have said, Deret Shiro, and that basically means farewell and safe journeys. So as he left, he would have said, Deret Shiro. I find language is so important to immersion. But anyway, yeah, you take out your dragon chest. Who are you playing dragon chess with?
Zarvolg.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, you two want to play a game? We're going to do a little skill check. We're going to do a little skill versus skill check. Are either of you proficient with dragon chess? Yvaine is. Yvaine, you get 1 free reroll for these next 3 checks.
All right.
Because of that. Okay, I need you both. So we're going to roll 3 checks. We'll do them one at a time. We'll start with investigation. Let me know what you get when you get it.
Oh, privately or out loud?
No, that's fine.
17.
17 for Zarvolg. What'd you get?
Are we going to do this again? A 17.
You two are like, as far as tactics go for this game, you two are evenly matched, and neither of you is able to come out the victor in this particular set. Okay, now insight, please. Let's start with deception. Both of you make deception checks now.
Oh no!
To hide your tactics and be cunning and trick your enemy.
All right, you got me, Evie.
I didn't do great, so it's just
5.
I actually did that. It's a 10 total.
10 total. Neither of you are like, and anybody's watching the game, you see them like trying to like, basically like while they're doing the moves, they're both like, there's no poker face. They're both like, and then like maybe Zarvolg's going, okay. And it's like, all right, like, I know what's going on here. And you, last but not least, let's make insight checks. Let's see how well that goes.
$17.
Ooh.
27.
Ooh. And Yvaine, with your very keen elven eyes, you are able to overcome Zarvolg's 5 deception with your 27 insight. And you see when he's lying. It's a somewhat close game, but Yvaine, you know Zarvolg's moves pretty well. He might be pretty tactically skilled, but you see them coming when you win the game.
Very good. He gets a little grumpy. He points at the board and he's like, "There's nowhere to hide on this board."
It's all a matter of strategy. Besides, I'm not playing the board, I'm playing you.
Whatever.
The real world has shadows.
It's a matter of strategy. What do you do if you're attacking and there are no shadows? Besides, might I remind you that you're not going to fight a war, but to lead a war, yeah? That means amassing troops. It means politics. Like every time you go to the capital, you hate it and you bitch. But those are the people that are going to give you the numbers enough, for you to do the things you want to do. Just saying. You should probably play more chess.
He just kind of clearly accepts it, but reluctantly so. Just kind of nods.
I understand it. I know you're smart about it. It's what I'm gonna do. Fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Valid. Totally valid.
And hey, there are ways to hide war, even on the chessboard.
That is also true.
Incredible. what would everyone? It's a little later in the evening, and you will notice that like there is a decent nightlife in here in Lyrengorn. Like, and when I say nightlife, I don't mean like I don't mean like that. Like, but elves trance, so they only sleep for 4 hours in a day, which means that they're out at night a great deal. And I'll put up there too. Amongst Finch, Glint, Nyx, and Ember, what are you guys up to? Are you looking around at the people in the bar? What's going on? If anything.
I think for Glint's opening night, at least, it's mostly me kind of playing tourists, where they're going to be kind of taking in people's like what kind of magic's being used and the different outfits and bits of showmanship, trying to kind of analyze it.
Absolutely.
Glint, as a magician, is the worst person to go to magician shows with, probably, because he's just kind of constantly trying to figure out how they're doing it because it's something he wants to be able to do.
Like watching a movie with a film major.
Mm-hmm.
Guilty of that one.
That's got to be awful.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so and so to your delight, Glint, we'll tell you what, maybe an Arcana check as you look around the room and see what enchantments you can distinguish and try and suss out all of the magic stuff going on.
So that's a 15 on the die, so that's a 27.
27. You are delighted, perhaps, Glint, being a magician. Never have you set foot in such an openly magical city. You like right down to the chairs. Like the chairs are probably have some kind of transmutative enchantment upon it to adjust like the arc of the back of the chair and the form of the actual stool to fit whoever sits upon it. You look over at the proprietor of this inn, and she's doing like these little pocket tricks, sort of like little using conjuration magic to summon keys and little message cantrips to deliver food orders here and there. And normally a bar of this measure would probably take like 7 or 8 people to manage, but she very gracefully moves along solitarily, taking orders and such, and delivering messages around, probably to the back rooms and such. And you see little, maybe your food was served by unseen servants, for example. The host singularly manages the entire dining hall, which is incredibly impressive and done by magic. Right down to the architecture where, the trees moving through the walls and the wood walls by no means should provide the amount of warmth and structural integrity that it should, but you expect that there are these strengthening transmutations built into the architecture. Everything in here, down to the floorboards, is suffused with magic. It's impressive.
Glint's 100% like taking very frenzied notes then.
Absolutely.
As he kind of takes in the room. Part of it's like how it's being used service-wise. Then a lot of his interest, I think, would be in the magic put to use in the actual permanent structure and the seating and the walls and all of that as well.
Absolutely. I'll probably throw in there that Ember, you, my friend, maybe there's a whole part in the back of your brain that's itching to get into the kitchen and see how they cook and how they produce food, because the wine and the food, it's so delicious and came out so quickly. And if there's so much magic out here, you can only imagine what magic's going on in this like very wealthy establishment's kitchen. Could be very interesting. Maybe you're looking at other tables of different foods, and you do see that there is a table over there that's being served meat. Maybe don't point out the Zarvolg, but a number of delicious foods, and perhaps you wonder. Finch, you look about, and very interestingly, you see, surprisingly, it's a little bit here and there throughout Tal'Dorei. It's not something that's unaccepted by any means. Maybe not as common as it is here. You look around and you see as many as there are just like, women and men. You see equally so androgynous individuals, people who look to have like transitions in different ways, but not in a surgical way by any means. There's, masculine features to the face, but like physically looks very feminine. So like there is that sign of like that, maybe that in the past that one might have been a man, but now right down to like the curve of her hip, she is a woman now, and evenly so, evenly spaced amongst like men and women. There are gender neutral individuals or transition people. It's very interesting that this culture is flourishing, so full of like people just experimenting with gender. Is probably what would come to your mind, the people around such. What do you think, Nyx? What are you doing as you're looking around? Is there anything that you're taking note of? Anything that interests you, that itches your brain, you want to check out?
They're big people watcher. They're listening in to little conversations and taking it all in, seeing if there's any good stories to take.
Absolutely. Why don't you make me a perception check to see if your elven ears can pick up any gossip or interesting information?
Ooh. I got 15.
15. Okay, I'll give you 3 little chunks of information to learn about. At one table, you hear some people talking about how one of their sons is going to the Alabaster Lyceum in Amon, which they seem to be describing as some very well-to-do magical university. And generally from their conversation, they speak at length about like, oh yes, my mate's got a wonderful new kitchen set that has levitation enchantments built into it, and they're just talking about very normal things, but part of the features of like something they bought the other day or a service they went to, everything has to do with magic. And you get the sense that this place doesn't use magic as a tool. Magic is like life to them. It's part of life. To not have magic would be like to not have clothing. It's a way of life here. Another little piece of information that's very fun is there you hear a number of these like very, very like live, very like dexterous individuals sitting at a table. They're dressed in very tight clothing, and they're speaking about wyverns. They go, "Oh, I'm working on the double loop maneuver. I've been working on it since the beginning of autumn. It is a tough maneuver, but I nearly got it." They speak at length, and they call themselves sky swimmers, and talk about the very difficult skill at sky dancing, at what they call sky swimming. But basically, they speak about wyvern riding and acrobatic technique upon wyverns, and very much like a horse show, but much more athletic, much more challengingly so. And you get the sense that what they do is not something just anyone can. Very difficult thing they do. The last thing I'll give you is they will say, ooh, this is a pretty cool chunk of information. Let me give you this. They're going to speak about the Moonweaver, because of course. They say, I heard that High Priestess Alira Moonshadow has welcomed into the temple a stranger, someone from Singorn, way in the south, who happens to be a great devout individual of the Moonweaver. They'll go on to describe this individual. Bear with me. It says, very strangely so then. This elven individual wears white and has. They're just very odd. But apparently, what I heard is he is the lead. Oh, excuse me. They are the leader of a secret sect of Moonweaver worshippers that's been welcomed here just recently. I do not know why, but very interesting warrior, but apparently a great cleric of the Moonweaver. Very interesting. And they speak of this individual, this leader of this secret Moonweaver sect. Very interesting. Up from Singorn, a place called Singorn, whatever that is. And that's what you would learn from your people watching. And
Fascinating.
Indeed. And we will return very shortly to our dinner, or perhaps the next day, whatever you all prefer, after a short break. Let's go 10-15 minute break, and we'll be back soon.
Hello, hello.
Okay. Is there anything you would all like to do this evening? More as you sit around and a game of chess is had and some wine is drank and some people watching has occurred. Is there anything left you'd like to do this evening, or is it time for bed and you'll see what happens tomorrow?
I think outside of very eagerly studying all the magic and enjoying some funky elf wine, Glint got all of his like hard projects, I think, handled on the trip over, so he's mostly gonna kick back and just take notes and chill for a bit, I think.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Kick back and chill, you mean?
So she's been trying to flip her schedule so she could be up when the stars are out. Is there, because she doesn't know, is there a temple of the moon weaver, or barring that, is a place there she can go where she can just see the stars?
You saw a big old temple.
I
of the
did see that.
Moonweaver. Oh yeah, you saw that giant cathedral-esque dedication to the Moonweaver. Absolutely.
I would like to go there. I'm so this is weird because usually you would go to a cathedral during the day, but she's a goddess of the moon, which suggests, you know, she might want to be at night. So like I'm gonna go, and if it's closed, then I'll go in the morning.
Got it. Sorry, I just my brain just melted. Wouldn't that be some shit if the temple to the moon god was closed this evening? But you head out to go pray and shit, which is awesome. We love a little prayer. Is there anything anyone else wants to do tonight? You want to join her, or is everybody else just going to chill out and head to bed?
The only thing Ember wants to do is he's gonna butterfly around the tavern a little bit.
Okay.
Explain that, you know, he's from out of town. It's his first time here. There's this, you know, solstice event coming up. You know, what are the things that I absolutely should not miss in case I don't get an opportunity to come back, and kind of ask that from the, you know, the tavern owner and anybody who's you know a Lyrengorn native. I'm going to use clothes as my guide.
Fair enough. Make me a insight or persuasion check to see if you can get anybody to tell you about the big hits around town.
19.
Without issue. You sit down with a couple people, have a couple drinks with some of the elven natives who are very kind. We'll say that you get into a conversation with this one high elven gentleman by the name of Belkin Silencer. Belkin will speak to you. He'll say, "Of course, I'd be more than happy to. You are a traveler from out of town, so I wish to give you the benefit of knowing that we here in Lyrengorn, the Lyrenalfen, we have a strict policy when it comes to travelers, is that people from outside Lyrengorn are expected to remain outside of conflicts. We are a neutral state, and guests who come and involve themselves in our dealings will be asked to leave. So I wish to warn you of this before you proceed too deep into the city." But anyway, back to your actual question. There is much to see. There are 4 districts to the city, all of which have their greatness and beauty. The first of which you must have come through to get here, is the Luminary District, which is the most central heart of Lyrengorn, on display, where you'd see the Temple of the Moon, the Crescent Conclave Hall, where the governing seat meets, the Moonweaver's Plaza. You probably saw that all coming. There's the Arcane Quarter, which is dedicated to the study and practice of magic, and is a hub for all scholars, wizards, and magical artisans. There is the Arcanist's Academy, which is a very grand institution of spellcraft knowledge that is taught to everyone from our very young to our most experienced elves of hundreds of years. They have extensive and exclusive libraries, lecture halls, practice arenas. There's the Mythical Market, which is always worth taking a peek at, especially for outsiders, where magical items, potions, rare spells, and components are bought and sold. Some excellent places to visit. There is Alaris's Enchantments, which is renowned for beautiful jewelry and accessories. There is Glimmer's Potions, which specialize in potions and elixirs. The Runestone Repository is a wide range of magical runes and talismans for sale. But tailing off from there, there's also the Crystal Spire, which is a towering structure, you can't miss it, made of crystal, which is based on magical research. It's not some place that outsiders are usually allowed to visit, but it's certainly beautiful enough to simply view upon. The third district is the Verdanont, which is nestled within the lush and enchanted forests that blossom within the split mountains. This is where the wood elves dwell, up on the mountain peaks. There's great sheets of ice that coat the mountains, but under those sheets and above the rock is the beautiful forests that lie secretly tucked within. But there's much to see in there. There's the hunters' lodges for planning expeditions. It's also a tavern for sharing stories and camaraderies. There's the Nature's Bounty, which is a market for selling fresh game, herbs, and other natural products harvested from the mountainside. There's the Whispering Gale, which is a beautiful park filled with living plants that are sensitive to the elven presence and are often visited for meditation, relaxation, and enlightenment. Lastly, which perhaps will be most exciting to those of you out of town for the Moonweaver's ribbons, is the Sky Swimmers Airy District. It is perched high on towards the sides of the mountain peaks, dedicated to wyvern riding, the training of the Sky Swimmers, where you might find the large wyvern stables that are open air structures made for the care and comfort of the wyverns. There's the Sky Swimmer Arena, where they practice and train all year round for the day that's coming up. There's also the Featherlight Gear, which is a specialized shop meant for providing equipment and attire for people interested in riding flying mounts. Everything from saddles to harnesses to enchanted flying suits. And lastly, I would say there's the Airy Lookout, which is a beautiful high vantage point offered for breathtaking views of the surrounding mountains and forests, and to view the Sky Swimmers as they practice. A very popular spot for all who come to visit. I will regret to tell you that it is very, very hard to get space there to watch the Moonweaver's ribbons when they occur on Baron's Eve. But you need to have contacts and a great deal of coin. Even some of our nobles here struggle to get a seat. And that was just sort of the Sky Swimmers area. That wasn't the actual last district. The true last district is the Artisans District, which is excellent for anyone who loves art or creation. There's the Gleaming Anvil, renowned blacksmith, the Moonlit Loom, a tailor shop for beautiful woven magical garments, the Crystal Harmony, which is a music shop with enchanted instruments sold for performances, events, bards of all kinds. There is also the Elder Tree Gallery, which is a beautiful art gallery meant to showcase works of local artisans, including paintings, sculptures, magical light installations. Whether you wish to buy or not is a beautiful place to browse. And I think that's about it. There's, of course, the Seeker's Sanctuary, which is a district dedicated for spiritual, personal growth, temple, meditation, healing, all of these places. The only thing there really worth seeing is the Starfall Observatory, where you might study the stars and celestial events, depending on the Moonweaver's influence. And lastly, the Moonshadow Retreat, which is a serene complex that offers meditation classes, spiritual counseling, and a retreat for those seeking a deeper connection with the Moonweaver. Sort of religious district around here. Other than that, that's probably all the sites. There's a Moonlit Theater, an open-air theater for plays and concerts. The Ethereal Echoes, a bookshop in the Arcane Quarter for the vast collection of magical texts, history books, and literature. That's all I can really think of. That is would be of interest to a visitor.
That was hugely beneficial.
I'm glad to hear, and now I'm quite sick of hearing myself speak, admittedly.
Well, you must be parched. Let me get you something to quench your thirst and still your tongue.
Too kind, sir. Thank you. Too kind. And he'll happily accept wine. And such is the elves' way. They don't always like. They're a very long-lived race. They feel no need to like speak and talk and make sure the conversation's going and not have any pauses or breaks or silences. That's not how elves are. That's how the young-lived races are. Not so he's perfectly content to take that wine, very kindly say thank you, and sit back and delight in your company, whether it is silence or conversation. He does not feel the need to fill the air with words. He can sit and be quiet and enjoy your company nonetheless, if you wish to.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Excellent. Incredible. And if there's nothing else from the rest of the party, you can all drink your wine, hang out, chill, go to bed, and we will come to Yvaine. Very quickly, there is, as previously spoken by this Balkan silent song, this helpful elf, of the Seeker Sanctuary, but that is another district of the city. Right now, you find yourself in the center, the heart of Lyrengorn. You find yourself seeking out in the Luminary District the great Temple of the Moon, the high temple of the Moon Weaver in Tal'Dorei. Within, I'm just going to roll to my information about that really quick. All right, Temple of the Moon. Let me change my music too. Incredible. You walk in, Yvaine. You will see, standing in the heart of Lyrengorn, this magnificent ethereal structure that epitomizes the city's devotion to the goddess, the moon. The temple is an architectural marvel, greater than anything else you've seen, even in your short walk about the city. The natural elements are blended perfectly and intricately with magical craftsmanship, and as the spiritual center of the high elven community, it is a delight to look upon where your mother spent a great deal of time in her youth. And this Moonweaver, you've taken an interest in, this god where your power stems from. This is probably her greatest holy place in Tal'Dorei. The temple's exterior is a breathtaking sight. Luminous white stone seems to glow underneath the moonlight here in this early evening, and delicate veins of silver and blue thread are thorough throughout that white marbled stone, reflecting the light and giving the entire structure an otherworldly radiance, as if it was something pulled out of the outer planes itself. The architecture mimics the natural beauty of the surrounding landscape, while sweeping arches and towering spires reach towards the sky, symbolizing the elves' connection to the celestial realm. A series of graceful winding paths lined with luminescent flowers and enchanted lanterns leading up to the temple, and you'll have the great joy as you come here just after twilight. You'll see some of those plants sort of opening themselves and beginning to glow as the moon comes out and sort of open widely as if welcoming the Moonweaver, much like a sunflower would in the daylight. You walk the quiet path, a path clearly meant for contemplation, and even just the walking up to the temple fills you with a sense of spiritual solace. And as you approach the entrance, a grand staircase ascends to the imposing set of double doors, intricately carved with scenes depicting the Moonweaver's blessings in the history of Lyrengorn. The doors are open.
Oh, yeah. So I would probably stop to look at the plants, since I have a thing about plants and I've never seen plants open like sunflowers but to the moon, so I would probably be endlessly fascinated.
Yeah, maybe a little nature check as you approach and kind of like look at them and figure them out. Maybe you've heard of them before.
believe that's going to be a 16. But hold on,
16.
it is a 15 on the dice. No, I'm sorry. It's a 19 because I've got a +4. It's 15 on the dice.
These are known as Moonglow Lotus. Your mother spoke to you of them when you were a child, and how she always found them beautiful things. You see that they do have the beautiful property of, the petals sort of close in the daytime and kind of not droop, but definitely sag just slightly. And then as the night comes, those lotuses open up and reveal themselves to the moon and spread and even glow slightly. And they have the power. There's 2 medicinal properties used for the Moonglow Lotus. They're used in the creation of, you don't know the specifics, but they're used in both healing and illusion. They have the power within them to alchemically create different illusory properties, different healing properties, and they only grow here in Lyrengorn.
Huh. That's cool. So yeah, I think once I've been charmed by the flower, I would go into the temple.
Absolutely. You walk within, and the sanctuary is tranquil and full of silvery light. The main hall is vast and open, with a high vaulted ceiling adorned with silver filigree and shining enchantments that mimic the night sky. Thousands of tiny enchanted crystals are embedded in the ceiling, creating a dynamic starry expanse that changes with the lunar phase.
That's magnificent.
You find yourself, as you stand here in the interior design and look down, you will be in the moonlit hall, the major open space, the centerpiece of the temple. A circular chamber directly beneath a large enchanted skylight is right before you. As you are here in the night, moonlight pours through the skylight, casting a soft ethereal glow over the hall. And at the center of the room stands a grand altar made of moonstone and decorated with offerings of flowers, including the moonglow lotuses you saw outside, precious stones, and also even enchanted artifacts. The altar, well, we don't need to worry about that. Surrounding the moonlit hall are small, intimate alcoves and meditation chambers. Each chamber is uniquely dedicated and decorated with themes of nature and the moon, providing serene spaces for personal reflection and prayer in this place. Soft magical light and gentle sounds of flowing water create a peaceful ambience in these secluded areas. So unlike normal cathedrals where it's just like lines of pews, instead it's just this center pool, the tall altar, and then off to the side are like dozens of these personal alcoves, each one personally decorated and probably painted by a member of the Lyrengorn artist community. Maybe long, long ago before you were even born.
So part of me wants to just go and look in the alcoves, but I don't want to disturb anyone, and so I think I'll find a single one that looks particularly appealing and duck in.
Yeah, and you would see that there's probably what's the word? Cloth, barrier, drape. There's like a drape that is closed over some of them, sort of signifying to you like this one is taken right now. But there are many still available, so yes, you can find one. You come to this one that is, let's see, what's the design? Inside, it is a beautiful grassy plain where you see on the left a number of elk sort of like looking up to the sky, and on the other side a number of elephants with their trunks raised up to the sky, and you see a half moon filled in a starry light behind it and actively glows on the wall. And as you walk inside and close the drape, there is a meditation cushion on the ground, and there is like a little incense holder on the side. It makes sense that you're supposed to provide your own incense if you want. But you can sit down on this cushion, and as your butt touches the cushion, the glowing lights will, they just sort of sparkle a little bit brighter, and the moon a little bit so, not blindingly so, but very softly, giving you the essence of as if you were sitting underneath the night sky.
All right, so yeah, I think that I'm just here in this space. I am going to pull out my map.
Okay.
And just, at least in this moment, I think I'm probably going to work on it a little bit, just tidying things up, little nitpicky things I don't necessarily need to be up and down with, because it's her space and nothing awful is going to get me. Like, I definitely didn't take a wrong turn. I definitely didn't go out looking for her and finding something else. Like, I'm definitely for sure in her space.
Yeah, you are. If there was ever a place in the world where you were in the presence of Sakhanin, the god of moonlight, this is it. And you have that, as we do sometimes in the real world when we enter big, beautiful cathedrals, have that, you know, whatever our beliefs are, that connection to this religion, and you more so than ever, perhaps, as your own connection to moonlight is quite intense.
Yeah, so with it,
will work.
Yeah, got the moon sickle at my side. I would actually probably go ahead and just put the sickle at my side and the spear at my side. Just because sitting with a spear on my back is, I'm sure not sure it gets a six thing.
You work on your thing here in this place of serenity and peace, and you work on your moon map. You enjoy the space, the calm, the serenity, and yeah, you make some marks down, and you spend however long you wish to spend here. And time passes, not knowing how much time is passing, just kind of peaceful unto itself. Letting go of time and just being in a place of serenity and sort of connect with the stars and the moon. In this space, as you work away, things will feel good and peaceful. And eventually, a secondary source is going to begin to glow within the actual interior of this meditative alcove. Your moon sickle glows quite bright for a second, and then ceases and goes out. And as the moonlight glows out, and the sickle is as it ever was, you'll see that down the circle of the sickle, celestial and elvish wording has been transcribed down the side. Beautiful sylvan markings are added to the filigree of this weapon, and it looks almost more holy now than it once did. As it looked like a moonlit weapon, it is now almost like a religious relic in a way. Your moon sickle has increased to a +2 moon sickle rather than a +1.
Thank you. I will say she'll probably take this moment and speaking in Elvish, because that was one of the languages she spoke at home. She would say, I've always had more guts than good sense. And I'm not going to say in the worst moment that I reached for him instead of you, because that would be a lie. And in that, I'm wrong. But I will swear on anything if there had been any other way. But if it ever comes down to it, I would gladly be blind than ever speak to it again. And I would appreciate whatever protection you can give me, because I think I'm going to need it. And it bows her head.
so oft as it is with the gods, it requires faith. Your words are not always immediately performed, but here in this holy place, you know, secondly, you know your words reach your ears. You know that in this moment, she watches down on you and may respond in ways that are not with words.
Yeah. And so I think when it's done, I'll actually go home and sleep in a bed instead of on a roof.
Fair enough.
She's been sleeping on the roof since the day you got back from the underground.
Yeah, and that roof or that bed, and I will say for everybody, these are some of the comfiest beds you've ever slept in. You put the covers on, and to be clear, it's just like a thin sheet. It's not like a big comforter, even in this cold place. It's not like a big comforter. It's just like a single cover sheet that is, to be clear, beautifully designed, a very nice cover sheet to the bed. And when you get under it, it just like, I don't know, like when you're in it, it just sort of like becomes more plush to your favor, or and even though it is a rather thin sheet, you feel warm in it. It's just the right temperature of warmth, and the plush and warmth of the bed is just, it's exceptional to how you like it. Maybe someone likes a firmer bed in which they will be sleeping on stone, much like good Glint there. Or if you're accustomed to sleeping on roofs, maybe still a little firmer. Or if your Zarvolg was a real soft interior, it's a nice plush and comfy, though you would never admit that he actually likes it. They all snuggle up. Yeah, and Ben's on the bed with you, and you're just like having a time, and you're glad no one will ever see you in this state. Other than the Moonweaver. And yeah, you'll all get a very comfortable long rest. Okay. You wake up on the 28th. You have 3 days to kill before the Moonweaver ceremony. Is there anything you guys would like to do in the grand city of Lyrengorn?
You mentioned there was an enchanter's shop.
There are magic shops. I mean, it's no Gilmore's, but there are magic shops around here. Absolutely. Magic is their way of life, as it were.
I think Glint would want to check it out, just at least from an educational perspective at some point.
We're all going to the magic shop, aren't we?
Yeah, probably.
Do we not?
Fantastic. You guys can all pick up. Nyx, you know that, like, you have a responsibility to the Witchlight Carnival, but it is a very loose responsibility. You ever want to go over there and do a little busking and earn a little coin, it's entirely your preference. But if you think that these weirdo adventurers are kind of cool and you want to hang out with them for a little while you wait for the ceremony, you're more than welcome to do that too. What would you like to do, Nyx?
To go hang out. We're gonna go to the magic shop. That sounds lovely.
Got it. Ever since you've been here, you haven't met someone so weird as these people. And weird's kind of cool. So you decided to hang out. Fantastic. All of you will make your way. Oh, sorry, Ember's. You make your way to the. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was wondering if you're talking to me or not.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
While we're out doing that, gentleman I talked to also mentioned a music shop.
Yes, in the arcane quarter.
Would you be kind enough, Nyx, to lend us your expertise? I have a friend back in Amman that I would like to get a present for, but I'm all of thumbs about musical instruments and that sort of thing. But you obviously are someone with depth and skill. Perhaps you could help guide our purchasing opportunity.
It'd be my pleasure to help you find a gift for your friend.
Fantastic. And I will lean into Yvaine. Holidays coming. Balthasar needs a present.
Oh, that's a great idea.
he's not likely to get up here, so it would
That
be
is true.
well. I understand, but
No, it's a good. That's super smart. Yeah. And he would appreciate a really fancy weapon or a really fancy instrument, you know. He's got finely tuned tastes, I think. Oh, we're talking about Balthasar. He's our friend. He's a Goliath, but he's also a bard. But he's really into catharsis. So like a lot of his stories are kind of sad, but it's the kind of sad that after you finish crying, you actually kind of feel good. It's weird, but it's good.
They make a lot of friends.
Strangely, yes, they do.
so what brought you to? Was it just the carnival that brought you here? You said last night that this was your first time here, so was it strictly a money making enterprise for the carnival, or do you have relatives that are here?
Strictly money making, although I like to see new places and people, learn about different types of people. So wherever the wind takes me is where I go. Wherever the carnival takes me is where I go.
Did you grow up there?
Grow up here? No.
No,
In the carnival, yeah. I've been in the carnival for about 20 years.
Is that a long time for you? I'm sorry, I don't know how elven you are.
It's a little more than a quarter of my life. So far. I'm about 100.
Oh.
Did your travels ever take you to Amman?
No, not yet.
Well, if you're ever in Amman, you should absolutely stop. My mother owns a place in the dock ward where we typically carouse, called the Rousing Spark. You'd be more than welcome anytime.
Oh, that sounds like a lovely time.
And your mom hires bards because she's had both Balthasar and Fiona play.
That's very, very true. It's an upscale place for the dock ward. So it's not an aristocratic crowd by any means, but it's a solid merchant class place. Not a lot of needless roughhousing.
No.
There's sometimes some needful roughhousing, but that's life in a dockside tavern.
Also, some of the best food you'll have in Amman.
My mom is very good.
And
I
you're not
do love some aristocracy and fancy can be very boring. I like the more down to earth people. They're more fun.
I would tend to concur.
So we're going to the Enchanters Market?
There are several places. There are places
that
special. Oh, they have an observatory here, Yvaine. Gentleman was telling me about it last night. I figured you would want to know and not miss the opportunity to see it while you are here.
I will go tonight. Thank you.
You're entirely welcome.
All right. It sounds like we're heading. Maybe there's a slight division. It sounds like Nyx and Ember are heading to the Artisans District to go check out some magic.
Oh, we'll go to the magic store too. We'll just hit that after.
Got it, got it. We'll start in the arcane quarter. Very quickly, all of you are beginning to get a sense of Lyrengorn's values. There are 4 things they value here. They value the Moonweaver, they value magic, they value the wyverns, they're sky swimmers, as it were. And one other thing. Oh, artisan, art and craftsmanship, the talent of artisans. But you guys all find yourselves to the arcane quarter. Aesthetically, it is similar to all the many places, but there are a lot more shops to be seen here and there. Let's see here. Let me change up my music to suit the mood. Okay. Sun is out. It is that strange mix of like a nice warmth and a cold wind. It's very weird to dress for, admittedly. But you find yourselves, finding your way there. You see there is a big, beautiful, grand Institute of Spellcraft. And then there's the Mystic Market. There's a big sign that hangs off of it, and you enter into that quarter. And you will see all of the wonderful shops here and there. And in the distance, just not in the distance, but sort of overarching the city, sort of arcing over the district, is this giant crystal spire, a structure that sort of spirals all the way up. It looks like some kind of wizard's tower made purely of crystal or ice. But in the meantime, there are the 3 shops that were suggested to you, Ember. There are some shops that are like, if you want top quality, you go to these places. And so these are the 3 you know of. You see the renowned shop known as Elira's Enchantments, where you see beautiful glittering jewels, rings, necklaces, brooches. You see Glimmer's Potion, many elixirs and potions bubble in the window, cauldrons and such. And lastly, the Runestone Repository, where you see a variety of magical runes and arcane talismans. On the way there, Glint, you would have seen, or Ember might have pointed out to you, a bookshop called the Ethereal Echoes, which seems to be some kind of bookshop of some kind for tomes and histories and such.
Interesting.
Yvaine and Glint disappear for the next 3 days.
Yeah, that's about what happens. Glint will make a beeline for the bookshop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
like, oh, that's a bookshop. Yvaine and Glint quickly vanished from the ranks of the Aurora Concordant. And
I need more books to carry with the other 3 spell books I carry on my person at all times.
Exactly.
I mean, isn't that why we have bags of holding? It's for the books.
Oh, I don't keep them in there.
Where do you keep your books?
Well, some of them have a little holster. Some are in my pack. For scrolls, I have a scroll case. I think it's important that you don't just put it in a hole.
Well, that makes sense.
All right, well, so what is Ember, Nyx, Zarvolg, and Finch doing as Glint and Yvaine excuse themselves from your company?
Well, if the party's breaking up, I am gonna go try to get a little wild air.
A little
So-
wild air.
I will. I'll go look for the wood elves up in the peaks.
Got it. Very possible to get up there. There is, I mean, this is Lyrengorn. So you find a couple of signs that are directing you towards what is known as the Verdant Enclave. And you find a little building that just says Verdant Enclave. It's very small. You enter within, and there is a spellcaster nearby, and he will stand up and sort of refer you to this magic circle. He'll say, "Won't charge much." Yeah, won't charge much. He'll say, 1 gold to use the circle and find your way to the expanse.
Oh, that seems certainly reasonable.
I would say so. And he will tap his staff on the ground twice, cast the spell, and the circle will emanate with a great magic, and he will gesture for you to step through. And you will go to the Verdant Enclave, and we'll check in with you in a second. I just want to see where everyone's going first. Nyx, Ember, Finch, is there a particular design upon where you would all like to go?
Don't think anywhere in particular. I think after Finch's observations earlier, they may just like wander around and kind of take in more of like the people of the town, like people watching.
Yeah, you go do a little people watching. I think Beverly, if you excuse her, she's gonna beeline it to the Sky Swimmer's Airy and go check out some wyverns. You know she's capable of taking care of herself. She's at least as good as the common soldier with a sword.
Yeah.
Oh, she's got to go. Let's see. What about Ember and Nyx? Do you guys want to just head to your music shop?
Yeah. If everybody's exploding, we might as well explode and hit the music shop.
Music store. Yes, absolutely.
Amazing. Absolutely. The Crystal Harmony, as it's called. Okay, I'm going to roll a little d4, and we'll decide, and the dice will decide who gets to go first. That will be Mr. the Grim.
Yes.
You'll be first up to bat, my friend.
All right.
There we go. Okay, you find yourself in a most interesting place, my friend. A most interesting place. It is rather surprisingly warm here. No wind to speak of. And you find yourself under this great ice dome above you. It's too thick to see through. You know, as Lyrengorn, of course it's not. You can, and as you look up, you can see the sky just barely through the ice, the sun through the ice. But you know it's wicked cold out there. But under here is a warm expanse. You look around and see beautiful verdant trees, ripe with game, rabbits, deer, strange herbs growing. And more than that, not terribly far up, just a little bit down the path, you see what looks to be some kind of like treetop village waiting for you.
Oh, okay. Let's check out the treetop village.
All right, you head over there, and you will see very distinguishable from the high elves of Lyrengorn, the wood elven people of the Verdant Enclave. There's a number of shops, no small amount of homes, but this is much more, actually, I would say Zarvolg. This would probably remind you something of your childhood to a degree. It's not the jungle around here, but the sort of these elves, they look very similar to other elves I believe you have met.
Right.
When you were a child. In many ways, not just wood elves, but those other elves that would be designated as wild elves. You see them walking here and there as well. Very tribal in their garb. And walk around and seem to be living quite a happy life here in this domed biome. You see a number of places. You speak Elvish, so you understand all the signs. A place that's called the Hunter's Lodge, which seems to be some kind of feast hall. There is a place where you see a number of elves walking up with like maybe an elk over their shoulder, walking in there, a place called Hunter's Bounty. And last but not least, let's say those are the two major shops. But other than that, it's just homes and a wood elf, wild elf community. What would you like to do?
Okay, I'm going to head for the Hunter's Lodge, and I'm going to try and, see if I can pick out this Inaris Oakenbrook that I ran into earlier.
Sure, make me a insight or investigation check to track him down. Shouldn't be too hard, it's a small village.
13.
13. You head into the tavern. You ask about, and to be clear, it's a very nice lodge that is part tavern, part what almost looks like a how to put it. There's like, oh well, first off, there's all kinds of creatures now, elves, elks, all kinds of things. But there's also many tables with maps upon them. In fact, all of the tables would have like small local maps on them, where you see a number of elves standing around them, sort of pointing at the map and speaking to one another, pointing as they go, planning expeditions deeper into the forest to go and do some hunts. And as you look around, you will see, sitting at a table with a couple of fellows, you will see Innerus Oakenbrook.
All right. Does he seem approachable? I don't want to upset or alarm anybody.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be any kind of intense conversation. He seems quite approachable.
All right. So yeah, I'll walk up and I'll give him a polite chance to look up at me and then say, oh, we met last night. You mentioned that I might find some hunting in the area. I must say it's good to be amongst woodsmen again. First time in a while.
He will stand up and gracefully bow his head once more and say, Anetherall, Zarvolg, it is good to see you once more. Allow me to introduce you to some of my friends. We were planning a hunt. I thought you might arrive, and admittedly pushed off my leaving time in hopes I might see you again. And he'll introduce you to two of his fellows. One is sort of androgynous looking. The other is a woman, or a female elf, I should say, and then a woman. Now woman works, whatever. And they all like introduce themselves, and they're all well equipped with bows and leather armor, and they all look like very capable huntsmen. They all have, various tools at their side, leatherworking kits and such. Very experienced hunters by the looks of them. And if you're amenable, they will invite you on a hunt. And they say, we're going to hunt a rather dangerous bear who's wandered too deep into elk territory. It'll be a fine hunt, and it will also perhaps save the elk population if you're interested.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that I could use.
It goes incredible. And you guys can head out. So you go for a little hunt today. Make me a survival check to see if you can hunt down this big bear.
16.
A 16. Yeah, you go wandering out. You guys are all looking around, and like they're not fussy. Like you used the word dainty before. These ones are not so much such. They have no qualms about coming upon a pile of droppings and sticking their fingers inside and being like, still warm, and following the trail along. That's so gross. And following the trail along. And yeah, you guys will come upon the bear. It's this big grizzly bear, to be clear. Like it's got scars from battles against others bears, and just kind of like yeah, for real. And sort of like just bulking around. It's a big fucking grizzly bear. You haven't seen one this big, real big, healthy monster. The woman draws her bow, and Innerus puts his hand. Says, I want to see how he hunts. And he goes, Zarvolg, would you like the first shot?
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't mind, I don't want to commandeer anybody's day.
Oh, I would be surprised if one shot could take that thing down. Please, by all means.
All right. So
I want you to make me either we'll call it a stealth actually. Make me a stealth check. I will give you advantage because you have multi-attack. If you wish to apply Hunter's Mark, you may add a d6 to the roll as well.
Oh, all right. Good. Oh, so with advantage, I got a 25. And that's Hunter's Mark to the damage roll, not to the attack roll, right?
Nope, just put her right on the check.
Oh, okay. So 31 then.
He's like, can't take that down with one shot. And you you're a crossbowman. You take your crossbow and you sort of like just like adjust the knobs and notches. And this is like, this is a hunt. So this isn't like a just, okay. Like you take your time.
Right.
Find your angle. You sort of like maybe go off into the brush while they wait near the tree with their bows at the ready. Find your angle. Get nice and low.
This is perfect because he's working on sharpshooter right now. So
there you go. So you work on finding that good shot. You've got a nice sneaky shot on them. So you decide to basically like crank the knob back on your string and sort of pull back the torque of it. And it's going to be like a harder recoil on it, but it's going to be a more damaging shot. And you want to impress these old elven hunters who probably have like 2 or 3 times the hunting experience you do.
Right.
And you aim true, nice and quiet. You aim for the heart of the bear. And then you're like, no, you think against it. You aim for the head because it's got so much blubber. You don't want the shot to miss. Yeah. So you aim for the head. You're behind it. So you aim right behind the neck and you loose. The recoil smashes into your shoulder and kind of hurts for a second. But you're tough. You're fine. And as it fires off, the bear simply goes limp to the ground, doesn't move as if it didn't. Would have never known what happened to it. And there's like this pause where you let out this, and maybe like 10 seconds later, the elven hunters exit from their hidey hole in the tree line, and look at you like just incredibly impressed. You go, Mom Venom, how did you make such a shot? And as they go to cleaning it, they'll be obsessed with you. They'll be like, "Is this part of like, what did you learn to shoot like that?" Like, we talk about crossbows and versus the longbow, why they prefer the longbow, and they'll just shoot the shit with you because they're remarkably impressed.
Nice. All right. Yeah, he will try to kind of interact in the same way. So, try to ask for and gather pointers on like the best way to skin it, any information that they're willing to give up to kind of try to facilitate like an exchange, a friendly exchange of information among colleagues kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And they tell you, and you get some great tips off of them. Maybe some tips to help you with your sharpshooter. As they are all sharpshooters. They've been doing this for a very long time. And they say, like, well, we're not used to the crossbow, but I know it's best to position your shoulder. Some say that you should put it against the bone or better hold it, but there's more padding against your actual chest, the muscles. And they'll give you some pointers and talk about it with you. And you shoot the shit. Maybe you tell them how you did about your angle. And they're like, very difficult thing to find. Incredible. And as you make your way back it takes all 4 of you to carry all of this meat and these hides and whatever. You make your way back, and he will drop into your hands a pouch of 50 gold pieces.
Oh, nice. All right.
He is going to say, Masarenas, that is, we would not have achieved quite such a victory, such a decisive one, in fact, without your keen eye, Zarvolg the Grim.
Oh, it was my honor to be invited along and to be allowed to take the shot. I very much appreciate that time you allowed me to spend with you today.
He'll bow his head and say, Malas Amlin Ne Halam, and will bid you farewell by saying, I'm trying to speak a language I don't speak, Dereth Shural, which is essentially along the lines of like, basically like, your glory and honor is so cool, farewell. It's like a sign of respect.
Sure.
And like, yeah. And that's what you'll do for a large chunk of the day. We'll see what everyone else gets up to, but
nice.
You certainly earned the respect of the hunters of Lyrengorn.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna roll dice. See who's next. Who's up? It will be Nyx and Ember who are up next. Let's go see what they're up to. You guys make your way to. We can find it. You guys find your way past all of that to the Artisans District, where you see now many more sort of tradesmen, craftsmen, woodworkers, smiths, a great deal of stone workers who, unlike dwarves, perhaps stone into sculpture rather than into great grand feast halls and such. But many excellent artisans travel amongst here. And you are going to find yourself outside of a shop called the Crystal Harmony. Give me a second. We're gonna go back to Lyrengorn. Ba-bum. All right, you guys approach and you will see this, the first thing that you experience is the sound of melodies, beautiful melodies, even from down the street. And as you approach the building, it is crafted from a pale shimmering stone that catches light and seems to hum gently, a soothing resonance from the sunlight. Intricate carvings of musical notes and instruments floating lines adorn the facade, creating a visual symphony that hints at the treasures inside. Large arched windows display an array of beautiful craft instruments, and where a number of passerbys have their faces stuck up to windows, intrigued by what they see, various violins and lyres and such. As you enter within the Crystal Harmony, you're greeted by a harmonious blend of sights and sounds. It is spacious and airy, and the high ceiling and walls are lined with shelves showcasing an impressive collection of many instruments. Horns, lutes, all manner of instruments. It's softly illuminated by magical lights that mimic the glow of moonlight up above in the ceiling, creating a serene and inviting ambience. The main room, as you stand in, features traditional elven harps and lutes, exotic creations such as crystal flutes and enchanted drums, and each instrument is crafted with meticulous attention to detail that intrigues you. You have never seen such instruments with such detail and care crafted into every string, every piece of leather drawn across a drum. It's gorgeous. The strings, every last little bit. And each one you can pick up, play a little tune, and hear an enchanting sound and melody as you just test out the strings. You also see other things such as listening alcoves, magical acoustics, as you resound, and maybe you play like a little string of the lyre inside, you'll feel the acoustics are perfect no matter where you stand within the shop, ensuring that each instrument is heard in its most purest form, and fully appreciated for its quality and nuance. What would you like to do or see around here? Is there anything in particular that you're interested in?
Yes, but my brain is entirely dropped its. I've seen Balthasar perform a bunch of times, and I'm trying to remember what he plays.
He plays a lyre. I will hand you that.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I had a picture in my head. I had nothing to go with it.
No worries.
I'm gonna primarily look through the lyres to see if they have anything that is. I doubt that they'll have anything is particular grim motif, but something appropriately gothic, perhaps. Roses and vines and that sort of thing would fit his aesthetic as well.
Understood. You're looking for lyres. Make me a little investigation check to see if you're able to find such a thing. I'll be right back and just put the cat in there.
Sure.
Just put a moment. What'd you get?
17.
17. Moment. Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Cat's got a little sore paws.
Oh.
Okay, 17 as you look around. There are places dedicated to a series of instruments of various appearances. Lyrengorn fashion isn't terribly gothic, but you will find one that has a color scheme that fits what you're saying, roses and such. You find this one lyre that is carved out of a redwood, Finely varnished and definitely has like flowery, sort of almost rose-like decoration to it here and there, with maybe like an obsidian filigree that sort of makes up the stems of such flowers. No skulls mounted on them or anything, but you know.
That's all right. Could I impose on you, Nyx?
Yes.
To see how the instrument plays. It looks beautiful, but I stop by skill.
No worries. We can absolutely play a song.
All right. You'll be very happy to see, Nyx, that there is, in fact, a performance stage in the shop. It's a small one. But in the center of the Crystal Heart, this small elevated stage can be used for performance and demonstration if you are feeling particularly performative today. But either way, the enchanted instrument might be played. Are you proficient with lyres? What? Oh, looks like a freeze to me.
She's been having a little chop.
Yeah. Oh, I think she's coming back. I hear sound. Can't hear you, Yvaine.
New Orleans is about to get a storm system.
Got it.
Like we're getting into that season, so.
Understood.
Oh, are they in New Orleans as well?
There you are.
I'm so sorry. I had lost connection. I'm back.
No problem at all. Are you proficient in lyre?
Or maybe not. Maybe not.
We can hear you.
Can you hear us?
It appears not.
I suppose not. I suppose not. No, come back to us, Nyx.
Yay!
We'll give Nyx another half a minute here. And oh.
All right, I'm back.
No, you're
I'm back. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. No problem at all. Are you proficient with lyres? In the bottom left of your sheet, it should say there.
Let's see.
Where it says tools, there should be a list of instruments there that you're proficient in.
No, I've not played the lyre yet. No.
I see. So here's what I'll have you do. You can still give it a try, still give it a swing. And because of the magical resonance and the perfect harmonies in the shop, you will have an advantage, which will cancel out the disadvantage you would have taken. So make me just a flat performance check.
A what check?
A performance check.
Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna.
No, take your time. You're all good. You're all good.
So I got 13.
13. It certainly does not match your skill on the lute. But you get up on that stage and you're going to perform. There's a couple of things that are like off key or not particularly perfect. But it isn't bad to the ear either. Really, only you, Nyx, would know that like you're not hitting the right instrument or the perfect tone. It's that sort of thing. Or only someone who knew the song would know that it was not performed perfectly. And you play the song, and it's very appealing to the ear to all who hear it. And with perfect acoustics in here, it's a very fine sounding lyre. You achieve what you set out to do, and you find out that it's an exquisite instrument.
I do believe your friend will love this.
That's fantastic.
You two will be approached at this point. You are going to see an elven man who has a bit of an eccentric flair to himself as well. His hair is sort of neatly combed back into a ponytail, and though he does wear a very a formal businessy coat, it does have like nicer colors to it, sort of giving it an artistic flair. He says, if I might say so, a miraculous performance. I am Arnestalo. This is my shop. It's a pleasure to meet you. Who might you be, young lady?
Sorry about that. My name is Nyx. I'm a performer traveling with the circus.
I see, I see. Well, that would explain it then. I have to say that instrument, if I might, it's a very fine, beautiful instrument, but may I suggest, and he will go to the shelf and he is going to pick off of it a beautiful lute. And it is indeed beautiful. It is actually, it looks to be made of ivory, and it has these like gold faces that look at one another from either side of the actual face of the lute. He says, "May I suggest this? A very popular lute known as the DOS lute. Many magical qualities within. Perhaps this might be more your flavor."
By all means, Nyx, please give it a try.
Absolutely, I'm honored to try.
You may make another performance check. You will have an advantage this time. Take the highest of the two rolls.
Remember to add your proficiency.
It should already be added on her sheet.
Under performance, wouldn't she add extra for loot because she's proficient in the tool? Oh, okay.
I treat the instrument a little differently. That like, if you're not proficient, then you just will take a disadvantage. I think that's the best way to do it.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, because more often than
I
not,
got a 12.
a 12 total.
Wait, was it 1 or 2 rolls?
2
Well, you
rolls.
take two rolls.
Oh,
you take the highest
okay, I
of the
get one
two.
more.
Yeah, you get one more.
And 12 again.
12 again, and that's your total with your bonus attached to it and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, sadly.
All right. Not a terrible performance, but still not your best. You play it. You play it. Oh, my mistake. I mixed up the description a little bit. No, it is a tanny wood faced lute, but it has on it made of some kind of like golden wood. It has the iconography of many creatures. There's like mice scurrying up the strings on the face of the lute. There are two swans sort of like touching their beaks in the middle above the actual whatever the hole is called on the lute. There is a small deer prancing at the very bottom of the lute, two wolves howling into the air. There are a lot of animal iconography on this gorgeous lute. You play it, and we'll say maybe you roll low next because you're just testing it out. You're just jamming a little bit. You're not trying to like blow anyone away. You're just like testing out the sound of it, and it is a gorgeous sound. And as you play it, you're gonna notice a little effect. I'll say just as you play it, you feel like this magical resonance. You play it and you feel that there's power within this thing. This is no simple instrument. There is magic, spells, and secrets locked within this instrument's strings. Which surprises you. And he says, "I see. It's perhaps much more your style. What do you think? Do you like the lutes?"
I do. This is a very intriguing instrument.
Wonderful, wonderful. The dulce lute is exceptional. It is a great thing for bards on the road who have need of great magical power. If you would like to purchase it, I would be more than happy to bring instrument and player together.
I do think this needs to come with me.
Very good, very good. We're gonna use my other list for the test now. He's gonna look at you. He's gonna say, "You definitely. I see you have an instrument already. You are a bard, yes."
Yes.
Yes, yes, and an Eladrin at that, in my shot of the Fave realm. I am quite honored, if I might say so. Now, I have to say, I have a deep passion for music. I have a deep passion with uniting musician with instrument. It is what I do with my life, and I've done it for many long years. And I would be remiss that you did not have this. So, let me set you a fair price. What if we said, for you, a talented player, 200 gold pieces? And I'm practically giving it away.
I'll take it.
Very good. Very glad to hear. Very glad to hear. And he will accept 200 gold from you. And he will supply. He'll ask you if you want like a strap or a case or something. You probably just want a strap. You're a bit of a traveler. And he will provide you with the magical item DOS Loot. You may add to your inventory the DOS Loot and attune to it once you have an hour to sit around and play with it and feel out its power. But yeah, in the manage inventory screen, you can type up DOS, DOSS Loot, and add that to your inventory. And he'll turn to you, Ember, and say, "Good sir, if I might, the lyre is for you."
Actually, it's for a companion who couldn't make the trip here, and I wanted to take him something back. He too is a bard and a performer, but he tends more towards the gothic, the sadder tales, tragedies, but usually with a degree of, what's the word Yvaine used? Catharsis attached to it. And this has some of the same color motif that he uses. A lot of his performances are tale centric, as opposed to purely musical.
A man who inspires, or I do not know if he is a man, I could not say that. An individual who likes to tell a story alongside them. Very good, very interesting. I have a number of instruments that I think will serve your friend quite well. Lyres is a weapon of choice. Very well. Let's take a look around. He says, well, I'm always going to start big and go smaller because that is how we instruments are, big show and such. So, and now right this way, I think this would be excellent for him, perhaps. And brings you to the side and is going to show you a beautiful lyre. It isn't very gothic in design. He says, now, do not let the appearance befool you. If you like what this instrument can do, we can do commissions where I can transfer enchantments and such into a custom harp of your choosing or an instrument of your choosing. So do not be befuddled by its appearance right away. And he will present to you a really beautiful lyre of bronze. It has a lot of bronze and woods integrated into a bronze filigree. And basically, it is this, it has the features of a woman, a nude woman, and her arms are back, sort of creating the, I don't know my terminology, man. The top portion of the lyre is her wings sort of like arched back, and where her hair sort of flares back into her wings that makes the top portion and the strings hang down from them. And sort of at the bottom, she has bird-like legs that create the front of the lyre, the front and the top of the lyre. He says, this is the lyre, or yes, this is the lyre of Siren's Song. I picked this up from a traveler from out of town, made some adjustments myself, but it is an exceptional piece and it requires a home with a good hand for the strings. It is a rare magic item, so it is a little more pricey, but it is an excellent item that allows you to create a lasting, not a lasting, but create a temporary bond with animals, charm people you meet with your song, enthrall them with music, and possibly even suggest them with magical charms and such. There's many magical charms incorporated into the strings of this instrument. A miraculous item. So keep this one in mind. I'm going to show you two more that I think might be. These are a little less in price. He's going to go to two instruments. One is a harp and one is a lyre. He says, now the harp is a little different than a lyre, but similar. I don't know if that's his style, so probably it's not. But this is a harp of scribing. Now, how this works is that anyone can attune to it. and play the instrument. And it has 3 charges in it. And when you use that charge, you can have the instrument inscribe a magical message on any object or surface within a couple of feet of you. And the message can be 6 words long in any written language that the bard knows, or anyone playing it knows. Basically, it lets you put little messages here and there as you play the part. So maybe that's for him, maybe not. We'll see. And the last one here, and again, it's a lyre. No exceptional flares, the siren's lyre. It says, this here is an instrument of illusions. Now, very popular amongst bard. This is my standard item. Actually, I will say this lyre is actually very like gothic. I take it. This one is very much like black ivory with just like hints of marble here and there, and like little creases of like brass or like a deep bronze to give it that almost like goldish red color here and there. It does have a little bit of more of a gothic feel. It says, and it of course comes with my basic enchantment I place on all of my instruments, the instrument of illusion it's called, which while playing the instrument, you can create illusions around yourself to help demonstrate your stories and create visual effects or that to accompany your musical notes, such as spectral dancers or butterflies or gently falling snow. And allow me to demonstrate. And he will pull from behind himself a flute. He says, same enchantment, different instrument. And he'll play the flute. And as he does so, little bluebirds will sort of like flutter out from beneath the flute and sort of like fly around the area around his head as he plays a little flute song and then puts it away.
Wow.
So, which is your particular flavor, sir?
I think that for his performances, I think the Lyre of Illusion would be a fantastic opportunity. He tells some very poignant tales of lost and requited love, and long tortured spirits that have finally, after long tribulations, finally been reunited so they can find peace. I think that this would be fantastic to help him further enhance his already rather vivid oratory, but to add a little visual underscore to that, I think would be fantastic.
Very well, sir. Very well. Then the instrument is yours for the price of. Oh, let's give you a little discount. You seem to care much for your friend, and it's Baron's Eve around the corner. Why don't we call it? I'll tell you what. Make me a persuasion check to see how much passion for your friend he feels within your words.
Yeah, that's a great time to roll a 1. Give me a 9.
He will say that'll be 100 gold pieces would be reasonable for such a relic.
I am happy to do that. That is a fantastic gift.
Fantastic. And with that, 2 performers in the world have been united with new instruments. I am so happy to have been of your service. Is there anything I can do for the either of you? There's much to see around here, and I bid you not leave just yet. Well, there's much to see, such as I have books and sheets of music, and we do lessons and workshops here for the learning of new instruments faster than anywhere else, repairing and maintenance of instruments, and much to see and much to do. So feel free to browse around. Let me know if there's anything else I can do for a performer such as yourself, and to you, Nyx. And says, but it's been my honor to be of service. And he will just give you a very deep bardic bow, and we'll head over to the next customer and try and help them out. And you can stay as long as you want, or as long as you
I'm in no particular hurry. I'm happy to wander around and let Nyx look and chit chat about their travels with the carnival. What does the carnival typically offer as far as, you know, things that shouldn't be missed while they're here and we're here? You know, who are the people to talk to? Who are the people to avoid? Get all of the inside scoop.
Got it. And Nyx is from another plane, so sometimes it's a little hard to be with us here on the common material plane. Maybe is struggling with freezing right now. So we will maybe bounce away for a moment and find out somebody else. But yes, you two continue to carouse and talk and make friendly in this wonderful shop. So, and Nyx just runs out the door. She's like, no, I'm done. She can decide. Okay, we got who do we have left? We have Finch, and then we have Yvaine and Glint. So let's do a little even odds. Yvaine, call it even or odds. You're muted.
Even.
Even. It's even. Okay, you two. Ooh, let me get you guys your description of your lovely bookshop. That no doubt you'll be disappearing into.
I feel like she's having a real Hermione Granger moment.
Or
Yeah.
worse, expelled.
She actually has a quill, and to make it right, its Q is Leviosa.
Perfect. Okay, as Ember pointed it out to you, you guys would have both seen this inviting and mystifying a charming ivy-colored building with a facade of aged stone and intricate wood carvings. The large arched windows are framed with enchanted vines that bloom with luminescent flowers, casting a soft, welcoming glow as you approach. Above the door, a sign fashioned from enchanted wood reads, in Elven, Ethereal Echoes. In elegant Elvish script, the small text underneath there shimmers faintly, changing to display a new quote or piece of wisdom each day. As you step into the sweeping interior, you feel like you're in a different world. Knowledge and magic are intertwined, and the shop's interior is a labyrinth of tall bookshelves, cozy reading nooks, and hidden alcoves, creating an atmosphere of quiet wonder and discovery. Here in the main room, you'll see bookshelves, books floating through the air, and as I said, reading nooks, and no shortage of arcane light to help provide you with everything you need to read and write. But you will be approached by the proprietor. You see this this woman. She's a little younger for an elf. She is a high elf, however, and very elegantly dressed. Not scholarly per se, but maybe like a little scholarly. A mix between like the elegance of a ballroom and a librarian's sort of like scholarly cloak. Sort of mixing those two styles together. And she's a little androgynous. She might be a they, she might be a she, but definitely more feminine presenting, as by her sort of androgynousness. But she approaches and says, "Good afternoon. Welcome to my shop. I am Elwyn Starleaf, the proprietor. Is there anything I might do to help you today?"
Greetings. I do not think we are searching for anything in specific. Simply looking forward to a chance to peruse, I suppose. Both of us are into the arcane in different ways.
Excellent. A happy curl will curl across her face. She says, "Just simply browsing for books. How marvelous. Wonderful. Absolutely. By all means, take your time. Feel free to look around the shop, see what you see, and if there's anything else I can help you with, please let me know. I have special sections here for particular, yes, miss, and we'll look to you, Yvaine.
Do you have anything on astrology or perhaps on the Moonweaver?
Of course, we have books on the Moonweaver here. Right this way, and she'll take you down the various sections. and we'll tell you that I don't know if it might interest you, but we also have a map room for those who are interested in maps and atlases or geography of any kind. And we also have a collection of rare tomes, first editions of ancient manuscripts, including one-of-a-kind spell books here and there for those of you inclined to the wizarding craft. And then eventually she'll take you to a section and say, these are our books, and she's going to reference like a number of books off the top of her head. She'll say the Starlit Codex is one of my particular favorites, and she'll sort of, and just as she says the Starlit Codex, one of the books will magically just unshelf itself and just sort of flutter down in front of her, and she'll take it and hand it to you.
She probably takes it and starts like opening it, and what's is it like a book of is it physics or is it astronomy or astrology? What type of book is it?
The Starlight Codex is it is it isn't a first edition by any means, but it is a copy of it's a copy, and how do I describe this? It's a so it's a detailed copy of a pre-calamity book based on the Moonweaver, and it has with it the author's sort of description of different portions of the book and an analysis of those passages. And the original book that it's based on is essentially like a holy book. It's sort of like an expansion on the tenets of the Moonweaver, her philosophies, and it sort of extrapolates like, why does she care about illusions? How's illusions mixed to this? That's what it is. It's sort of a pre-calamity expansion on the Moonweaver's dogma.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yes. Well, I'll take this one. Is there anything else?
Oh, there's many. And she'll stand there and just go through them. She'll take you through books that talk about the Moonweaver's obscure portfolio of love here in Exandria, that she was a much more prominent love god pre-calamity, and now it's sort of fallen to the wayside. Philosophies about that sort of love domain that she might embody or might have once embodied a little more intensely, about illusions, the ethics of illusions, per like the church's sort of, theological study, all manner of books, her relationship with the other prime deities, physical descriptions of her, individuals who have physically interacted, champions, avatars of her power, all manner of books, yes.
Is there any intersection between the Moonweaver and divination or omens?
Make me an investigation check at advantage, because that will not be hard to find.
Exactly, you guys are rolling mid. You're on the bench, you're just in the middle. If you were low, I put you in low gear, we would do that.
Now, you dice behave.
They just, you just, sometimes if you're fine with a 10, that's fine with a 10. But look, I rolled a different dice, and that was a 17, and it's an investigation, and I now have proficiency investigation, so that's a 21.
21. Yes, it says that like many who study astrology, well, it goes through a number of different places that study astrology, including a certain faction you met in Western. But it does state that divination is sometimes mixed between, like Secchi means the goddess of the stars, which means that naturally a divination is wrote across her domain. But some also say that she works in tandem with Ioun. For if Solune, wow, that was sweet cross streams there a little. If the Moonweaver is the tapestry, like the great tapestry of divination, then Ioun is the great interpreter of that tapestry. So it speaks about their relationship and how, like, their faiths both work into divination.
Okay, so that one also has
so Yvaine's just like got a stack of books and is just walking around. Glint,
2 that would definitely come in with me, because I mean, if they're 100 apiece, I can't buy the whole bookstore.
I don't think they're going to be 100.
Well, I know,
Um, yeah, yeah, yeah.
they had some special tones. These are just the.
Oh sure, oh sure.
But
yes,
the Scarlet
Codex.
Codex, the one on the obscure portfolio of, you know, all 4 of them. She would just take all 4 of them. She would.
God. So we'll title those books, write them down. I'm not going to, so
I got them.
track them. So yeah, the Scarlet Codex, and then it'll say Love Domain, the obscure portfolio of Sahanim. It says Ayun, or it says the Knowing Mentor, the Moon Weaver, and the Powers of Divination. And what was the 4th book you wanted?
Illusions and the Ethics Thereof.
Yes, and that's a perfect title. What are you up to, Clint, while Yvaine's sorting through 100 books of the Moon Weaver and finding her favorite form?
So she mentioned spell books.
Yes.
Glint is probably gonna start seeing if he can come through those. Because Glint does not speak Elvish. So light reading is probably the wrong place for him here. But magic shit, he knows that.
Magic shit, he knows that. Absolutely. And while Yvaine is sort of like consumed by the shelf, and the bookshelf literally is like offering her books from off of the shelf, she will take you aside, Glint, she says, this is where we keep a number of our magics. We definitely specialize in illusion-based spell work here, but we have a variety. Is there anything in particular you were looking for, sir? Sir Dwarf?
Well, ultimately, I have a critical lack of really any sort of illusory grounding, and I noticed that in particularly delicate transmutation seemed the part of the course here. I was hoping to be able to study at least a little bit of that while I was here and pick up a few things that might provide a new perspective.
Absolutely. If you wish to study different perspectives of magic, that is entirely possible. And she'll help you out with that. What was the first thing you said? You said transmutations, but what did you say before that?
An illusion as well. Because Glint
Illusion.
knows transmutation, but his is a lot more orderly and more rigid than how the elves are doing it. But I don't think Glint has a single illusion spell.
Got it. So she says, okay, well, absolutely. Let me help you pick through here. And she will help you pick through the illusions. She'll ask you if you possess the comprehend language spell.
He does.
Says, well, excellent. If I might highly recommend, where is it? Oh, yes, there it is. And I will say, you notice that this woman is like, she has a perfect memory. She has encyclopedic knowledge of her inventory, and she begins suggesting books like before you even get to the shelf. And she will, you said illusion, just, oh, you might very much like this book. You want a different perspective. There's no better perspective than, here's 2 books I would offer. One is about like the history of magic in Lyrengorn, and the other is a book about transmutation, but it is body transmutation, and it speaks about Lyrengorn's culture of physical exploration as it relates to gender.
I think Glenn would be very interested in reading both of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would he be able to like skim through them in the store, or?
Yeah, she's a great. You get the sense that this woman has a great passion for study and knowledge. And you know, most bookshops would be like, okay, you've been standing there for 50 minutes, like buy the fucking book. She doesn't seem to mind too much, and she refers you over to a nearby reading alcove and is happy to let you sit. And if it's all right with you two, just because I want to give Finch a moment before we end the session.
Yeah, of course.
We'll say that you guys are going through your books, maybe go to your alcoves, do a little reading, decide what books you want to write or choose. Finch, do a little people watching.
Sure am.
Sure am. Is there a particular district you want to do the people watching in? Maybe just like the central districts that you foresaw? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think honestly, like their whole vibe right now is that like prior to coming here, they were like surrounded by people and pageantry and just like a lot of like overstimulation. And so like well, I'm not sure about like the concept of vacation, like in terms of like gameplay, but I feel like you know, like not only are they just kind of enjoying like stepping away for like from a lot of that celebratory nonsense, I think too, like they haven't really had like a lot of opportunity to like do like any self-discovery. Like I think that they have like a perspective of themselves and like how they identify, how they present themselves, but they like I feel like their entire life has just been like noise around them, so they don't get like a lot of time to like be with themselves. So I feel like it's pretty rare for them to like have an opportunity to just like step out and observe, especially in an environment like what you described.
Absolutely. Oh, geez, that's not you. Absolutely. You just want to step outside yourself and look around. You're sitting just kind of people watching. Why don't you make me a little perception check to see like what kind of things you see, what kind of things you get.
Let's see here. Okay, do perception. Let's see. No, it's not so bad. That's 16 on the dice plus, where are you now? 15.
15.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that there's 3 things that you hear. Or, I'm gonna say, yeah, there's 3 things you see. One of which is that you continue to see these like androgynous people, and at one point you see there is this like not an event but a meetup almost, where like there's like 4 or 5 elves, younger elves for elves, you know, probably younger than 100.
Yeah.
Who are sort of standing around the square, and they're all kind of chatting, like waiting for somebody. And you see this woman approach, or at least this feminine presenting individual approach. And all the 3 of them sort of like they sort of like gasp when they see her, and they all like walk over and go, "Oh, look at you! You look so beautiful!" They all begin to, well, they're speaking in Elvish, but that's what you're getting. They're like sort of fawning over her.
I catch the vibe. Yeah.
You catch the vibe, and you get the sense like, we'll tell you what, give me an insight check to see just like how much of a vibe you get.
Got it. Okay, so that's, oh my goodness. 14.
14. You quickly get the sense that this person's being sort of celebrated by her friends, probably because of maybe some like sort of body transmutation that happened recently. And they're sort of like, you know, being very supportive. You also know she has like sort of short hair, almost like a boyish cut, a little bit sort of that, I don't want to say a boyish cut, but like,
I understand that.
Yeah, a more masculine haircut, but the body is like very feminine. Is wearing like almost like excessively feminine clothing, and you're very much like, okay, this person's being like is presenting as a woman for the first time, or
like trying something out. Yeah,
and everyone's sort of like being like, wow, you look so great supportively, but not in like I still love you, like this whole like heartfelt like what you might expect anywhere else. It's very much like still very supportive, but not as intensely like emotional, where it's like, this is kind of normal. Like they're like, oh, like you look incredible, you look beautiful. It's not like a life-changing,
like a big deal. Yeah, like I mean it is a big deal, but not like it's like like, okay, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not like coming out to your super red parents or anything like that. It's like it's just like, or
like, oh, you've chosen to do this. Yeah, like
exactly. And it's kind of cool to see. And they're like, there's a general air of supportiveness and like not throwing too much attention at it in an uncomfortable way. And they just kind of move on with their life. And they look like they're gonna go shopping now, maybe. It's cool. The second thing you see is not the Temple of the Moon, but the building which I think Ember would have told you is known as the Crescent Conclave Hall, which is the center of government here. You're going to see it's a rather large thing as people come out. You're going to see quite a number of sort of noble aristocratic elves, sort of like exit attaches, scribes, and such are sort of released for like the lunch period. And 5 particular individuals are sort of at the epicenter of all of the attention. You will see. Just want to give you those identities. Not identities, but appearances of them. You are going to see this very sorcery, wizarding looking elven woman.
Okay.
And these people are mostly, 4 of them are like a little older, or by elven standards. So have that sort of Elrod appearance, that sort of like severe middle-aged look. So this woman sort of comes out bearing a staff at her side, looks kind of like Allura, but a little bit more youthful in the face, as elves are. The next one, you see this wood elven ranger looking individual, very well put together, but very clearly a ranger of some type, some kind of master ranger. There is this person wearing like very thin leathers close to their body with like a side cape. Looks like one of these wyvern riders you saw before, but looks again a little more decorated. There is, who you see is a incredibly decorated holy woman. A highly decorated holy woman bearing symbols of the moon weaver across her and symbols across her garb and vestment. You get the sense she's some kind of high priestess. And lastly, very much sticking out from the rest of them, you see this, you're not sure if it's a man or a woman because they're wearing a mask. Physically, actually, it's very clear that it's a man, but there is an androgyny to it. Long brown hair that is tied backwards and drapes all the way down to the hip. Portions of the chest are revealed, but there is like a black sash tied around one arm that is armored by like silver. And then the other arm has like a white shoulder cloak. I'm actually just going to send you a picture because this person is very difficult to describe. This person walks out with these 4 somewhat older, experienced, important individuals. This very strange, almost monk-like looking character in the Facebook chat. So feel free to take a look. And they all kind of like stand outside and they talk for a moment. And then this character does a very low, very straight bow, and will sort of walk off into the city. And the other ones sort of look at each other with a bit of a, almost a discomfort.
Finch doesn't wear glasses, but I feel like they would be like,
fair enough. You take your helmet and go.
Yeah.
Look under it. The last piece of information you would get is you just hear some like errant talking, and they just kind of talk for a little whiles away. It doesn't really catch your attention. But eventually they bring up the word meditation. A number of times, which maybe piques your interest, as it seems that's what you want to get out of this. They speak of a number of things. They say, well, the Whispering Glade is a beautiful, tranquil garden, but I much prefer the Seeker Sanctuary. The district is gorgeous. Have you ever been to the Moonshadow Retreat? He goes, I haven't been, but I really want to. I hear that the spiritual counseling and meditation there is second to none here in Lyrengorn. It says probably second to none in the entirety of Tal'Dorei. The serenity that some have found there, they say that they even brought them closer to the moon, and find their way leaving. And you get the sense that if you were looking for a good place for meditation, calm, centering, is this Seeker Sanctuary district. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to do there, Rich?
I think I would take a mental note on that for now and just kind of keep like observing.
Okay. And with that, we are going to call our session to an end. A tiny bit over time. But when we come back, you guys will have a little bit left of this day and 2 more days before the big moon ribbon ceremony. If there's any, keep in mind you're on vacation here. Find some things you want to do, but try not to work too hard around here. And next week we will say, we'll see that you guys are might meet up again around evening time after all of these little gallivants and explorations. And we'll see if we can't get ourselves to the moon ribbon ceremony next week. But welcome to our new player. Hope you had a great time.
Yeah, welcome to the party.
Yeah, welcome to the party.